Use a knife, you'll ruin your nails.
Passions and torments of a serving wench. Sounds like me, does that?
What passions and torments, you?
Oh, with me being a sort of a serving wench in a shop. Anyway, why shouldn't I have passions and torments?
What, you?
Yes, we don't all show everything we're feeling, you know, Rita. Some of us have a bit more, well, subtlety.
Meaning I don't?
Well, no, I don't think you are very subtle. I'm sorry, but I just don't think so.
Well.
Look, do you think you can give me a hand with these? Because if we get a rush on, we'll never get done.
In a minute. Slow down a bit. We've got all day.
You don't seem very keen this morning.
Oh, I am. Any minute now I'm going to fill up that toffee rack. I'll be looking forward to that all week.
Look, I know it may sound trite, but it's perfectly true. You only get out of life
what you put into it.
Oh, do you know what? It's dead true, is that? I'll tell you something else I know. You should try and make each day a fresh page in life's copybook. I read that in a magazine when I went about my feet. Make each day a fresh page in life's copybook.
That's a very comforting thought, Mrs. Ogden.
It's very true, is that? Life is one great big copybook. Only some of us are little wet blobs. Now, what can I do for you, Hilda?
Morning.
Morning. Hello.
Hello.
Have you come to purchase?
I just
something?
popped
Have you
in
just come for
to see if you
chat,
could,
Hilda?
You are?
well,
Oh, yeah.
if you'd like to come out with me tonight.
I'd love to, yeah.
Where shall we go? Any ideas?
I haven't really thought. I mean, anywhere.
Well, look, I'll tell you what. I'll see you at dinner time and we'll talk about it then, eh?
Yes.
How about in the park?
Oh, that would be lovely. I'll make some sandwiches up for both of us.
Oh,
shall
that
I?
would be nice. 1 o'clock be all right?
It's perfect.
Well, see you at dinner time then. Don't be late.
Oh, I won't.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, bye.
Your gentleman friend, is it?
Oh, can I have a professional opinion, Ray? How much to install one of them windows with wire netting, you know?
Why? You thinking of keeping chickens?
No, you know, I want one of those burglar-proof efforts. One of them with wire mesh. How much?
You want an estimate?
Well, it depends how much.
That's what an estimate is, love. You see, it tells you how much.
Oh, go on then, give us an estimate.
I'll boot you down. Yeah, well, we'll be round in a couple of days. We're a bit busy at the moment.
Oh, I don't want the job doing. Our Terry's going to do that. I just want to know how much.
Oh, you better ask your Terry then, aren't you? Depends how much he's going to be charging for his time.
Oh, nothing. Except for the materials, you know. You see, he'll be living here then, so it's like doing a job in his own home.
Oh, give us a couple of them ham cakes, please, and one of them pink jobs. Young Trish finally blown, has she?
Last night.
She'll miss me, you know. Always fancied me, did young Trish.
You and the rest. She was all right, was Tricia. But she fancied herself far too much for my liking. Spent too much time admiring herself in the bacon slicer. Thanks.
Hey, Hilda. Is it true your stands had post no bills tattooed across his head because somebody thought it was a brick wall?
You're not funny, you know, Ray, that. If it wasn't for my stand, you'd be right stuck for somebody to poke fun at, wouldn't you?
What do you want wire mesh up for, any road?
I'm thinking of starting an off licence.
Oh, every home should have one.
Starting one here.
Yeah, that's right.
Ooh, Annie Walker won't like it.
Well, we'll have to see, won't we?
Oh dear, I didn't know you were in the throes of settling in. I'd have interrupted.
Well, I got the day off, so I thought I'd get down to it.
Trying, isn't it? Being uprooted and having to settle down somewhere else.
Oh, more like coming home after holiday, you know, back to reality.
With usually a bit of a bump.
Aye. Look, I was just pouring myself a drink to spur me on to wipe down my cupboards. Would you like one?
Bit early for me, thank you, dear. Oh, I don't know. If it's a sort of housewarming celebration, why not? Can I have a very small gin and a lot of tonic?
Hang on a minute. You know, I'm sure I saw half a dozen glasses in here this morning. Well, however, here we are. You need a few of that in there, like that. Here we go. And then pour this one out. And a little tonic. That's it. Now, it's all right. I've only had a little sip.
Well, I hope everything goes very well for you, dear. I really do.
Oh, well, I can hardly see it, can you? I mean, being realistic and knowing me. You know, in the past, I've always blamed other people for the messes I made. Now I blame myself. Bit more honest, I suppose, but Less chance of being optimistic.
Oh, on the contrary. Once you realise that the fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves, as Shakespeare says, well, then you're halfway to doing something about it.
Such as?
Well, I suppose there isn't much chance of a reconciliation now between you and Alan.
What for? Isn't Out left there? It's almost as if he was dead.
Jack's dead. There's still something there. I think of him every day. Memories. I can't advise you, dear. I only ever lived with one man and I only ever loved one man.
But don't you get very lonely? I mean, living in the past isn't much consolation. How long is it since Jack died?
June the 30th, 1970. It'll be the anniversary in about a fortnight. Oh, but you're so wrong, dear. The past is every consolation.
You know, it must be all of 8 years since Steve died, and I've hardly thought of him once. Well, of course, it was all over before that happened. I'd burnt his pictures long ago. But you know what I think? That if you admit to living in the past, you're saying that you've got no future and now much in the present. I'll tell you something. You know, if I had the chance of a fellow that'd give me safety and security, another chance of a fellow who'd give me sleepless nights because I never knew what he was up to, I'd take the sleepless nights.
I have no doubt.
Is she in, Mrs. Walker?
She's in the back. Why?
Well, it's just that I happen to have certain information, somewhat what it's in her interest to know about.
What's that then?
Oh, well, that's between me and Mrs. Walker, isn't it? I mean, I can't betray her confidence.
Since when? Betty? Well, ask Mrs. Walker if she's got a minute. Hilda's got something to tell her.
Like what?
She can't betray her confidence.
Since when?
It's just what I said.
Yeah.
2 pints and half a lager if you can handle it.
I can only try dumpling. I bet you never get tired of his wit, do you? No.
I do. Yeah, but being an humble employee, he's got no choice in matters.
Oh, you wanted me, Mrs. Ogden?
Yes, well, I think you might be quite surprised to hear this, Mrs. Walker. Very surprised, I shouldn't wonder.
Hear what?
Hey, Mrs. Walker, did you know Rennie Bradshaw's turning corner shop into an off-licence?
Really? Mrs. Ogden?
Don't matter. It'll do another time.
You know what you've just done, don't you? You just ruined her day.
Yeah, well, I killed 2 birds with 1 stone, haven't I? Because I don't think Mrs. Walker's too thrilled neither. Hey, I shouldn't worry, Mrs. Walker. She's getting there Terry to do the conversion, so the grand opening should be about 1984.
Watch it, Langton, or you won't live to see it.
Come on.
Is this true, Terry? Is she really applying for a licence? Well, then I think your sister should realise that Coronation Street is already amply furnished with licensed premises.
I don't know, Mrs. Walker. I'm only a brother.
What are those men doing over at Warehouse, Ray?
They're surveying, aren't they?
Hey, what are they putting up?
What are you asking me for?
Because I thought you'd taken over from Mrs. Ogden at Street's #1 know-all.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's going to be an hyper chippy.
I don't think it'd suit you short, quite honestly.
No, well, it was just a thought. Change me image for what's left at summer and buck me ideas up a bit.
Oh, leave it as it is. It suits you better.
Yeah. You know, I get right restless in summer. Your face goes all shiny and your shoes are covered in dust. And everywhere you look, there's snazzy sports cars whizzing past, full of birds with short hair and flat chests all having a belting time.
Look, tell you what, kid. Why don't we have a night on the town? Tart ourselves up. Say, next weekend.
Provided I don't come up with a subsequent engagement, you're on. But not to the flicks. I hate going to the flicks without a fella. It's sort of an admission of defeat, isn't it?
No, why don't we go to that place, the golden, cabaret, scampi and chips and waiters with bowl rats and stripy waistcoats.
Oh, you're out of touch, lovey. It shut down 2 years ago.
Hello, Miss Bradshaw.
Hello, Mrs. Walker. Call me Rennie, the milkman does. Dry martini, please.
Bed? Business good, is that?
Oh, can't grumble. I must say your little gold mine seems to be thriving. By the way, do you do any much take-out trade?
Some, yes.
But it'll be mostly beers, won't it? I mean, you won't get much call for spirits, except at Christmas.
I don't know, we sell the old bottle, you know. Whiskey, brandy. I hear that you're planning to apply for a licence to sell intoxicants yourself.
I'm thinking of giving it a whirl, yeah.
You realise it will affect my livelihood?
Well, you sell crisps, don't you, Mrs.
I
Walker?
failed to see
and pies
them.
and
I'm
cigarettes.
sorry, but I still...
We're not here to furnish one another's handbags, Mrs. Walker. We're in competition.
Anyway, Derek likes shy women. I mean, some men do, you know. They don't all like women who take the initiative all the time. It can make them feel very insecure about their masculinity.
I'll remember.
I mean, not that I wouldn't like to be able to show Derek that I was fond of him.
Well, I suppose one of you's got to.
It's just that, well, we never seem to have any privacy. You know, we've nowhere where we can go where we can be on our own.
Yeah. Hey, I forgot to tell you. I've got a last-minute booking. I'm singing tonight.
Oh, I suppose that means that you want to go off early to Titivin. I should be left to do the papers and everything. I don't suppose it ever occurs to you that I might want to dress up and look a bit special when I'm going out with Derek.
If you'll just wait and let me finish.
I'm not interested in your excuses.
I was going to say you could have my flat and cook one of your garlic specials for your boyfriend.
Oh, all right.
Once in a...
To tell you the truth, I would rather there are dreams I must gather, dreams you fashioned the night you were held me tight. I'll walk alone with your love and your kisses. What the hell do you think you're doing?
I'm just collecting one or two things that belong to our Ken.
Well, who told you you could come marching in here, rooting amongst my things? What have you got in here?
Just leave them alone. Them's our Ken's, them are. He left the key with me, asked me would I collect some of his things and take them back, and that's what I am doing, right?
Right. Well, you've got me toaster and you've got me kettle, though why the hell you couldn't wait until I brewed up, I don't know. I suppose it was you that sneaked in here and took them glasses out of the cupboard.
I did not sneak. I walked in, I got them, and I walked out.
Well, now that you've got what you've come for, perhaps you'll walk out again. Here.
I'll be back later on for the bedside lamp.
What? Ooh.
Have you thought where you'd like to go tonight?
Oh, well, as a matter of fact,
Yes.
well, Rita's got to go out singing, so she said we could borrow the flat for tonight. Oh, I mean, for the evening. I think it's to make up for the way she used you to get rid of Fred G last night. And I thought I could cook a meal if you'd like to come.
Of course I'd like to come.
Oh, good.
I didn't know you could cook.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think cooking's the thing that I do best of all, really. Oh, I don't mean to boast, because there's nothing much I can do, but...
Shall we...
Yeah, but, I don't know, cooking's just something I feel really quite good at. There.
Oh, thank you.
I thought I'd do veal escalopes with tarragon.
That sounds delicious. What is it?
Well, it's like veal that you do in slices, and the tarragon, well, that's a herb.
I can't wait. Oh, word of warning, though. I'm not a big puddings man, you know.
Oh.
Oh, that's if you were thinking of doing a pudding.
Well,
I don't know if you were.
I just thought, well, fresh fruit salad.
How did you know? It's the only actors I like.
Oh, me too.
Oh, look. Look.
Oh, aren't they sweet?
Mary Lou is just 18, but she is already making a big splash in the fashion world. Here she frolics in the surf.
By now, she's probably got pneumonia. If you look at her closely, she's got goose pimples. If it were in colour, it would be in bright blue.
Who's jealous, eh?
You want to get yourself a real girl instead of gawping at mucky pictures. She'd never fancy you anyway.
But a man's reach should exceed his grasp, so they say.
Well, reach him back and grasp us 2 cardboard boxes, will you?
Good afternoon, sir. Madam, welcome to the Bradshaw establishment. Miss Bradshaw here will attend to your requirements.
What's up with him?
It's a big subject, love.
Right, love, moment of decision. What do you want for your tea?
Surprised me.
Yes, dear.
Give us a frozen pie, but don't show him the label. I think I'll just have a boiled egg.
Have to boil it yourself, will you?
You think you can manage that?
Well, I'll try. Give us half a dozen standard as well.
Is that all, then?
It'll have to be. He's on a diet and I'm economising.
Hey, where's your Terry gone? I want to have a word with him.
Oh, he's in by. Terry?
Come in!
Only, he's taking me fishing this weekend.
Oh, yeah, it runs in family. His father used to fish. Bought him his first tin of maggots.
Oh, shut up.
Hiya.
Right. We fit for the weekend, then?
Yeah, I've got your spur rod and a spur reel. All you need to do is bring your welly bobs.
I suppose you want some butties putting up and all.
No, we'll go to Angler's Arms.
I thought you went fishing to get some fresh air.
Oh, yeah, that's part of it. Sit beside the river, drown a few maggots. Then you go to Angler's Arms.
Sounds marvellous.
It is.
There's just one thing, though. I've got a few jobs here lined up for you to do.
Yeah. Perfect fit. I knew it would be. Because it's a bit tight on me, you see. Well, stick your chest out.
I am doing.
Oh. Well, put your shoulders back.
Oh.
Oh, no, don't. Stand natural.
Do I look funny?
Would I let you look funny? It looks smashing. Turn round. Come here. There you are. Looks smashing. Listen, you go and have a look in that bedroom mirror. And while you're in there, there's a pendant. You might as well use that as well.
Oh, you are kind, Rita.
Oh, go on. You'll be here in a minute. Flaming fairy godmother, that's me.
It's quite nice, really, isn't it?
Told you. Come here.
Thank you. Do you think I should light the candle now, or should I wait?
Oh, I'd wait. Give you something to do with your hands in case you're nervous.
Oh, as long as they're not shaking too much.
Keep still. Turn round. Hey, that's lovely. Good. Hey, and remember, you are rationed to 1 glass of sherry. I don't want you falling asleep.
Thank you, Rita. Oh, well, I'd better just look at the meat.
Right.
Excuse me.
Hey, put your pinny on. Don't want splashes down that body.
Oh, Rita, will you let him in? I've got to turn the meat over.
It's all right. I'll send him up.
Oh, thank you, Rita.
Stop thanking me. See you.
Bye.
Hiya. Well, go on up. I'm just off to my glamorous gig.
Oh, right. Well, I'll just...
Hey, she's worked very hard, so be appreciative, won't you?
Of course I will.
And say you like her frock, Willie. She's a bit nervous of it.
First thing I'll mention.
Great. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Good night.
Good night, and good night.
Oh, hello. Just in time.
Oh, should I have come earlier?
Oh.
You did say 7 o'clock.
No, I mean the meal's just ready.
Oh, what a lovely dress. I've never seen you in anything so pretty. You do have good taste.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. It's Rita's, actually.
Oh.
She lent it to me. Well, there wasn't really time to get home and change.
Well, it's very lovely. On you.
Thank you. Would you like a sherry?
Oh, please.
Oh, sit down. Sorry. I mean, take your coat off.
All right. Here, let me.
Oh,
If
I'll take
you, I'll take that.
Oh, dear.
Can you just let me?
Well, I'll take that
Oh,
one.
thanks.
Excuse me.
It's the wrong.
Oh, yes. I'll just light the candles.
Well, here's to a very lovely evening.
Yes. Oh,
I don't think I am extravagant. Go on then, tell me one thing where I'm extravagant.
Tights.
Tights?
Yeah, you're always nipping to the shop for a pair of tights.
That's because I'm always laddering them, and there's nothing looks more seedy than a bird in short skirt and laddered tights.
Wear a long skirt then.
You find me a long skirt for 20p, which is the cost of a pair of tights, and I will wear it.
How much do you reckon we'll spend in here between now and closing time?
I don't know, about 30 bob.
And how much does it cost at the Roxy downstairs front?
Each? 50p.
Well, why don't we economise and good at pictures?
What are we waiting for?
Are you going?
Yeah, we'll go at Flicks.
What are you seeing?
Whatever's on at Roxy.
Oh, it's one of them spy thrillers where you don't know who's working for who until end, when it all turns out they've been working for t'other lot all the time.
But lots of shooting and blowing things up and all that.
Yeah, and there's 2 helicopters, a power boat, and a load of cars.
Great.
Give us a clue.
The blonde turns out to be working for KGB.
Come on.
And another one, please.
Hey, you're really aren't half upset, Mrs. Walker, no end.
Get off with you, she took it dead cool.
No, she's upstairs with one of her heads. She always has one of her heads when she's upset about something.
Ah, well, it's not my fault, is it?
I know, I'm just saying. But I do see her point of view, you know. Anything that's bad for her business, I mean, it's bad for me working here, isn't it? Plus the fact that she'll blame me for selling the shop in the first place.
Get off, how can she blame you? You never sold shop, your garden sold shop.
She'll still blame me, lovey.
Hey, aren't you going to be late for your engagement?
No, it's after 8. I haven't got an engagement. That was just a bit of deception so that Mavis and Derek could have me flat. Well, I thought it was time somebody give them a shove in right direction. So I've left her up to her eyeballs in veal and breadcrumbs.
What a good idea. Do you think they'll get round to anything?
Well, it's time they did. But knowing them two, the only thing they'll get round to is discussing Lakeland sunsets.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. Poor lad's probably frightened to try anything in case she passes out.
Yeah. They're both dead keen, you know. He's in and out at shop every 5 minutes. And when he's not, she's mooning over at wedding invitations, all misty-eyed. Ah, it's dead sad. Ah, don't be a cow, it is.
I agree with you. Why didn't you give them flat for night and give them a real chance?
It's a bit crude, isn't it? There you are, kids, get on with it.
No. Ring her up and tell her you'll be working later than you thought. They're booking you into a hotel and you'll be back first thing in the morning.
She'd go home, though, wouldn't she?
Not if you left it till late. She has to be up at crack of dawn to do papers, doesn't she?
What about me? Where am I going to sleep?
I'll put you up.
Do you think we do it right thing?
Of course, you said yourself. Give them a bit of a shove.
Get the kettle on. I'm putting you in home.
What are you doing?
It's all right, we're just going. Let's have your monkey now.
Have you been here all night? She'll kill you.
All right, we're going.
She took you out.
I know, well, we just seemed to find our way back in, didn't we? Look, we had nowhere else to go. It was a force of circumstances.
Terrified the life out of me.
Sorry about that.
Have you been down here all night while I've been sleeping up there all innocent?
Yeah, sorry about that, no. Only I didn't know what room you were in. Come Come on, monkey.
You better get out.
I told you. Come on, monkey.
I'm getting me kicks on.
I told you not to take them off.
She'll kill you.
I told you. Look, would you just say thank you to the lady for us and say that we'll, see her... Oh, hello. Say hello to the lady.
Oh,
hello.
They came back.
Yeah,
Oh, you came back. Get away. And you let him in, I suppose.
No!
Oh, you broke in, did you?
No, I mean, we didn't break in. I mean, the window was open.
Oh, that's right. So it was. Because somebody had bust in earlier on.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Look, I'll fix that
Now,
for
look, you make one move and I'll crown you.
Told you.
Shall I slip out and get the cornflakes for you? I'm sorry, missus. We had nowhere else to go.
Oh, I'll soon fix that for you. Ring for the police. Go on, the phone's over there.
Honest, we didn't nick nothing or anything.
999, you want the police.
All right, missus.
And tell them you want an ambulance as
Oh,
well.
Elsie.
What is the matter with
Well, just chuck 'em out.
Yeah.
I chucked him out last night, and look, now on, shut them for good. Now ring the police.
I mean, you take pity on us if you knew the true story. I mean, his health's never been firm, and as for me, I'd have never come on you.
Get out of the way.
Oh, I'm begging you, missus.
she's in her rights, you know.
Shut up, you.
Elsie.
Please.
Don't.
I'm only out 2 days.
Emergency, which service do you require?
And they give you no hope to adjust the fuzz, don't? I mean, they just sling you back. I mean, you don't know what it's like.
Emergency, which service do you require?
A psychiatrist, love. I must do.
Oh, missus, you've got a heart of gold. You're a lady Madonna. I just want to say that...
Get out!
I'll never forget...
Now! Before I speak, you stop with this!
You could get up off your backside.
Well, there's not a lot of opportunity, Ring. You don't know what it's like.
I do know what it's like.
No, you don't. It's different for you.
Anyway, and another thing.
What?
Do you still dunk your toast in your tea?
I like it.
It's common.
It's good.
Well, don't do it in my shop. Where's your breeding? At least you could always emigrate.
I don't think I want to emigrate.
Well, you're young yet. There's plenty of opportunities if you look for them.
Trying to make me emigrate just because I dunked me toast.
Well, it's rotten rots your teeth. I'm not saying you're idle because you're not, but idleness grows in folk. Hard times can be heaven sent for some, you know.
Really, I am working, you know.
Yes, we want to make something of yourself. You can't do that part-time.
It's a bit early in the morning, Ring.
Anyway, you'll not turn layabout until I'm here to shame you.
That's right,
Far
Ring.
too many layabouts in the world.
That is so.
Yes, love.
Hey, how much is 2 pies?
28.
Yeah, we'll have them. That's right, love. No. The square ones. There's more meat in them.
You say so.
Come on, monkey. Pay the money.
Yeah.
There.
Aye. Sleep well.
Hey, you.
Was it not all right then?
We nearly got tucked down the neck.
I nearly had my head split open.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding. By a gold top milk bottle. You said that place was Ken's.
Well, innit?
There was only Gail and this other woman there.
Oh, well. You should have been all right then, eh? Hey?
It wasn't funny 10 minutes ago, Sunshine. We nearly had the fuzz.
Oh, yeah. I've forgotten. Ken's moved out, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, I could have told you that. So one day, Sunshine, I will do you a favour. Do you know what I mean?
Know what he means?
I'm not quite clear about this. Was it Ken that hit him with the gold top milk bottle, or was it just Ken's bottle?
Don't you worry your head about it, darling. It's just local colour, that's all. Hey, are you fit for today? I could use you.
Right, I'll just get me gear.
Hang on, there's 1 or 2 jobs I want you for.
Then think yourself lucky I'm not emigrating.
Emigrating. Yeah, that could be a smart idea right now.
Do you know, I think so too.
Aye, but you don't know why I think so. Still anything for a laugh. Send him down to the yard.
Hey! Just the bloke I'm looking for. Can
Me?
you put burglar-proof catches on windows?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got the job. Call round to our house.
Hey, you've not had a break, you know.
Oh, break in. No, we've had an invasion. I'll tell you all about it when we've got more time. Come on, kid. Don't forget, the job's yours. Call round.
Hey, it's silly though, isn't it, missus?
Yeah? 2 teas. And you had the sporting, didn't you? That's 31.
Hey, the lady monkey.
Oh, look at all that.
Hey, hide it behind your paper. You don't like eating food you've brought in.
Mavis, tell me now, what kind of a day is it going to be?
How should I know?
I'm only asking you to be fair, that's all. Because if I have to weather another of your moody turns, I might as well start steeling myself now.
Look, if you're going to continue in that vein, Rita, I'm going home.
Well, that's fair enough. That's a clue.
I'm in no mood for sarcasm.
If only you could be in no mood at all.
Well, if you could just refrain from meddling in my affairs, I'd find it a lot easier.
Well, you ungrateful cat.
I'll lose a day's pay, but I'll go home.
Oh, don't be so childish. I did everything I could. I gave you an opportunity. Not my fault it went wrong.
Didn't go wrong.
I even got you together at Rover's last night. He went home with frostbite.
Well, you make it so obvious. It's not easy for a person to be themselves.
Doris Day used to say that to Rock Hudson. You know, it's hard to credit, but I came very near to modelling myself on Doris Day. You know, fun, bubbling, wholesome with it. Couldn't keep it up, though. I enjoy being a girl. You could enjoy being a girl, Mavis, if you hurry up.
Oh, shut up. Just shut up.
Bit early for you, isn't it, Stan?
I've been on that ladder since 7:30. I want a cup of tea, a bacon butty, and none of your tea, eh?
Do you know, it's that definitely put the kibosh on me Doris Day. Go and sit down, I'll chuck it at you.
Oh, Stan the man. How are you diddling?
Skint. I got out of bed this morning, went round early to catch her before they went to work.
That bad, eh?
Oh, and she pitched me out without any ceremony, and hardly any flipping breakfast.
You have done a few, though, haven't you? How about lending us £1?
Hey, they look good.
Half a bar, then.
Cat and bacon butty. I'll have what they're having.
Shush.
Dad, have anything to eat?
Oh, I've got pie.
Oh, have they? Where did you get those pies?
I've
a good mind to charge you VAT on those pies.
You what?
I could, you know, because you bought those pies in a shop, hadn't you? And that's no VAT, and you've eaten them in a cafe, and that is VAT.
Yeah, but your bacon butties are very expensive. And anyway, there's hardly any bacon in them.
Have they finished the tea?
Yes.
Right, you can up it.
Go on, you've heard the manageress. Go.
Either you buy 2 bacon butties or you're out.
There's £1, Stan.
I've told you.
Out.
Out.
It's gonna be one of those days.
Oh, come on.
There's the door.
You're kidding.
Am I kidding?
She's not even exaggerating.
What did you do?
Well, what would you do? Well, I'd have had the police.
She rang 999.
No, Mrs. Walker.
Oh, Fred, I'm glad you're back.
Well, you did say 1 o'clock, didn't you?
I know, reliable as ever. No, it's just that the drayman has arranged things so cleverly that I just can't get it in the stockroom and the barrel wants changing.
Oh, well, I'll just go and slip my jacket off.
A nice jacket it is. Who have you been to see? I'm sure you told me.
No, it was nothing special. Just something I had to attend to, Mrs. Walker, you know. Was it the bitter, you said?
The bitter, yes.
Shan't be too ticked.
Did he?
Well, go on, tell us.
Well, I was just telling Betty. This one here give us sort of a squeal, you know. Well, I didn't know what it was, voices, but I came downstairs prepared.
There she was, brandishing a milk bottle.
Oh, it's our traditional weapon, isn't it, kid? And this was Eddie, Big Daft Eddie.
Well, I haven't had the pleasure of his acquaintance before this. Well, till just now.
Him and that maid to this.
I don't know his mate, but Eddie's not so bad. He's daft, but he's harmless.
I don't care. He wants locking up.
Yeah, but not too often. It's the fella that put him up to it that wants locking away.
All right.
Behind my big gormless grin, I keep my ears open. And thinking back to last night, you're looking for a certain gent in the building trade.
Flaming Faircloth.
The other one.
Him?
I think he more or less suggested that Ken had moved and he wouldn't mind him dossing there. He may have even said that Ken had moved. Now, I'm not sure, and I certainly wouldn't swear to it.
Where is he? Where is
Hang
he?
on, I'll get you another milk bottle.
And a small sliced.
Small slice. Oh, I ought to have brown.
Oh, that'll do. And I'll see you right tonight when Stan gets in, eh? I mean, it's not exactly what you'd call credit.
I'm sorry.
Oh, but it's the normal way we're accustomed to.
I've tried to make it clear, Mrs. Ogden, and I've tried to be polite about it.
You know, we're accustomed to certain conveniences in this shop.
Well, some things have got to change, haven't they?
Ah, well, my custom's changing, I'll tell you that.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it, but you'd better go down to Rosamond Street Supermarket and see if you can get tick there.
Well, at least they'll give me change out of 20 pence for a tin of sardines. Now, don't deny it. You overcharge my stand Sunday morning.
But at least I am open Sunday morning. That's more than the supermarket is. In fact, I'm open every hour God sends. The only thing I ask is for me to be paid cash.
Yeah, well, you'll see no more of mine.
Well, I'm sorry to lose your valuable custom, Mrs. Ogden.
Who've you upset now?
It's only that peculiar woman next door.
Ah, well, when with women, they're funny, aren't they?
Oh, aye.
Different with blokes. And we just say to a bloke, look, this is it, that's how it is, and that's it.
It's definite then, is it?
Oh, yeah, they've told me the job's mine. Part-time, perfect, everything.
Well, to be quite honest with you, I can't see how this place ever supported anyway.
No, well, between you and me, Alf, there's a little bit more to it, you know.
Oh. Anyway, whatever you do, don't make it sound like a favour. I mean, tell her you can work here part-time if she'd be kind enough to let you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, make it sound like a favour from her to you. It's one way to get round her.
Well, women can't abide favours, can they? Unless they're doing them.
Make it fine, love.
If I was you, Ray, I'd make it a half, and I'd get it down fast.
Young man.
Oh, yeah, I've not forgotten them catches.
Oh, yes, for keeping burglars out.
In my mind, love.
Oh, is it? Well, I just picked up another useful hint for keeping burglars out. Don't point out people's houses to all the villains in the neighbourhood as free doss houses.
I'm not sure I'm with you, love.
Oh, I think you are. We had a visit from a couple of mates of yours the other night.
My mates? What mates?
Oh, I think you know what I'm talking about. You told them to try Ken's. There'd be nobody at home.
Oh, them two? I wouldn't say they was mates.
Oh, you're with me now, are you?
Well, I did tell him, yes. Ken knows Eddie, and I thought... Oh, of course, Ken's moved out, hasn't he? It's your house, innit? I see what you mean now.
You know, you've got the cheek of the devil, you have.
I do hope they didn't put you to no inconvenience.
Oh, no, not at all. They only broke in twice and dossed on my parlour floor, unbeknownst to me.
They didn't. Don't it take the cake, eh? You know, it slipped me mind he'd moved out. I'm not living next door these days, you see.
You know, God knows why, but this time I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, I were hoping you belt him.
But I'll tell you something. Sometimes your sense of humour does not amuse me at all. And I'll tell you something else. One more monkey trick from you will be one more monkey trick too many. You have been told. Come on, Gail, let's get gone.
Well, when you think about it, I was doing everybody a favour. Sending you two fellas on a plate, hey? Let's face it, you got trouble pulling your own these days.
Excuse me. Excuse me. It's just that I needed something heavy, and this'll just do the trick. Thank you.
That will be quite enough, Mrs. Howard.
Ray, I just want to hear him say that again.
And I'm just waiting for my pint.
Don't think I won't belch you with it, because I will. I've had half bricks in my handbag before for drunks and idiots.
Quite enough, and don't serve Ray.
You are making yourself ridiculous.
Am I?
Yeah, well, come on, that's enough, sunshine.
I am telling you both to leave these premises.
I just want to hear him repeat it again, that little witticism of his.
Well, you won't, because I'm not going to.
Oh, then you are learning.
Yeah, well, that's it, innit?
Why, Jill, it's no good kicking the facts, is it? I mean, let's face it. You don't need half a brick to fend them off, love. You need a brick to catch them.
Hey,
with.
off!
Go on, Elsie!
What are you saying? Come on, leave him alone.
Mrs. Howard!
Come on,
Leave me alone.
This, I believe, is yours, Mrs. Walker. It was very useful. Thank you very much.
Get it, Ray. I'm going to do her for criminal assault. She's gone peculiar.
Oh, come off it, Ray. What a foolish thing to do anyway.
Out! Right now, out! Out, I say!
What have we done now?
Do you mean quiet this afternoon?
Derek didn't come past.
Were you expecting him?
Well, he didn't any road.
Hardly surprising, is it?
Oh, you're right, Rita, I am.
I'm right. You're what?
I'm a fool to myself.
Oh, I'm saying now.
No, I don't just mean Derek. I mean, it's me. I'm always the same.
I thought you were doing very nicely with that, Derek.
Was I awful to him last night?
I think you paralysed him. And he was trying very hard.
I just don't understand myself.
Oh, who don't? Mavis, what exactly happened to the night? I mean, what?
You mean,
When I tippy-toed away and left it all nice for you.
well, you won't tell anyone.
No?
And you won't laugh.
As if.
He shook my hand.
You shoot your hand?
Yeah. Just before he left me, after the whole evening and everything. And I wasn't trying to put him off.
Well, I can see it must have been... I mean, no one can expect you to jump in at deep end, but nobody can swim in 2 inches of lukewarm water.
Maybe he needs a bit more encouragement, Mavis. Oh, don't start that again, Rita, please. No, you see, I don't know what he sees in you, but whatever it is, maybe he needs to see it more often.
I don't think he sees anything anymore.
Oh. Well, go and put kettle on.
Rita, will you promise me something?
Anything.
Well, I know you're well-intentioned, but please don't try to foster things. Not in any way at all, no matter how helpful you think you're being. No, honestly and truly.
Honestly and truly.
You promise?
I promise.
Is Mavis available?
Well, you've put me in a bit of a dilemma there. Derek, if you don't mind, but I look on you as a Derek. She has gone through to the back, and if you take my advice, you will go through to the back and take a liberty. Just a little one, but take one.
I just came to tell her something.
Well, exactly, so... I promise. Don't mind, dear.
I don't care what you say, it's lovely. Ooh. Oh, get rid of them, will you?
Don't you want visitors?
I am definitely not at home.
I'd like a word with Mrs. Hard, if you don't mind.
She's not in.
I think she'll be in immediate.
Elsie, it's Mrs. Walker.
Well, I do apologise if I've come at an inconvenient time.
Not at all. Make yourself at home. Take your shoes and socks off and jump in.
You did make rather free with my house today.
Ah, yes. But yours is a public house, Mrs. Walker. Mine is not.
No, but mine has a reputation which I guard very jealously. I don't know about yours.
Yes, Mrs. Walker. Very well, Mrs. Walker.
Now, I do realise that you have been living in a different part of the country and social customs vary, what is acceptable and what is not. But I will not have a repetition of today's behaviour.
I was provoked. You do admit that?
Yes, I will grant you that. But I will not have the contents of my premises converted into offensive weapons to assault my customers. I will not have it. And in future, I shall invoke the law to protect both my premises and my licence. Now, if I've made myself clear, I'll go.
Then you have made yourself clear.
Well, I think that's how I should put it to her, don't you?
I can't see what she loses by it, though.
Well, I don't want to lose by it either. I like my little pad up there, you know.
What sort of job is it you've got?
Well, like I had before, Storm, only this time it's afternoons.
You know what'll happen, don't you? She'll end up paying you just for evenings, and you'll end up helping her all mornings. It'll be Fred. Could you give me a hand with this? Fred, would you mind doing that? Thank you very much, Fred. You're getting out for it.
Well, I don't mind so much.
And he's worried how to break it to her.
Oh, Mrs. Walker, could I have a word with you after, please?
Yes, in my sitting room.
Aye.
Give me 5 minutes, will you?
Have you seen Elsie, Mrs. Walker?
Oh, yes, Elizabeth. I saw her in all her glory. She was sitting with her feet in a mustard bath. You know the painting, Venus Rising from the Waves?
Yeah.
She didn't look a bit like that.
I don't think you could have chosen a better moment myself.
Well, shall we go for a Chinese?
Oh, I don't mind. What about you, Rita?
Hey, don't ask me. I'm not going.
Oh, you're very welcome to come. I mean, you no need to feel embarrassed or anything. You're not putting into anything as far as we're concerned. Is she, Mavis?
Yes. Oh, I mean, no.
Try meaning yes. Have fun.
Do you know, I always have a 52, and it's different in every restaurant.
Why didn't I think of that?
Are you sure you won't come later?
I'm sure.
Oh, well, good night, and
All on your own, are you again? Nobody wants me. Hey, is your Rini open?
Our Rainy? Never shut. Said if she does, you just bang outside door.
Oh.
Miss Bradshaw, is it?
Yes?
And you own the shop, do you?
Yes, and who are you exactly?
I'm an inspector appointed under the Shops Act.
You're what? Yes?
We've been informed, Miss Bradshaw, of certain contraventions in connection with your shop.
Do you talk plain English?
Are you familiar with the terms of the Act?
Well, I've been doing something wrong, probably not.
Well, since I've been observing this shop, you have contravened the Act by staying open later than 9:30 p.m.
And is that against the law?
It is. You have sold tobacco after 8 p.m. and last Sunday you sold bootlaces, tin peas and other non-perishable goods in contravention of the Act.
It's daft, is that?
It's the law, Miss Bradshaw.
And how do you know all this? Who told you?
I'm not obliged to tell you that.
Find out. My God, I'll find out.
Next, as it's midday, let's take a wander up the garden path, here on Granada Plus.
Hello?
How do?
Want a sandwich? They're crab paste. Aren't you working today?
No,
I suppose you're too old.
I'm too old.
I'm too young, so I can't get a job. I'm back at school.
You're not back at school, you're here fishing.
Yeah, there's naught to do.
Are you breakfast?
No, it's me dinner.
What, at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Go home again at dinner time.
Do you want to ride in my basket?
No, thanks.
What are you doing? Watching that line?
I'm minding my own business.
And I'm just trying to be friendly.
Yeah, well, I'm fed up with folk trying to be friendly.
Lower you then.
Oh, it's summer tonight in a room.
Not to me, it's not. Not when you've always lived above board. I mean, I wouldn't care if whoever it was came to me to complain, but to go to the town hall behind me back, no.
I can't think of anybody who'd want to do a thing like that, lovey. Mind you.
Yeah, you might well. I mean, I haven't lived round here very long, but I can think of a few.
As long as you just think of them, love.
But how am I going to find out if I don't ask?
You're not expecting whoever did it to stand here and tell you, are you?
Well, most folk colour up. And then that don't get a shifty look in their eye.
Oh, that proves nothing, love. I mean, I colour up if I didn't have to not.
Morning. Carton of milk, please.
It wasn't you by any chance, was it?
What, me what?
But reporting me for selling on a Sunday.
No, it won't. And I'll thank you not to throw your accusations about. There's a law against that, you know.
I wasn't accusing, I was only asking.
Yeah, well, don't.
Yeah, you see, they colour up out of anger. I can't say as I blame them. You'll never tell that, lovey.
I will, I can tell the difference. There are a few on the list, and there's a few still to go, and I know who's on top of my list.
As long as you don't cast your eyes down our way, because it was nothing to do with me or Annie Walker. And as far as Bet's concerned, love, I mean, well, you could sell out cross buns at Christmas time. What do you want to know for, anyway?
I mean, it's only natural. Surely you can understand that.
Look, I tell you what I can understand. You bought this shop through me. And I want to see you make a go of it, love. I
can't see this helping.
I hope you're not implying that we're lacking as neighbours, Ken.
Oh, no, of course not.
But it is difficult, you know. I mean, we can't see into Albert's place from our kitchen, and he always lives in the back room anyway, so you can't see anything from the front either.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I appreciate that.
If we had had the slightest idea that his electricity was going to be cut off, we'd have done something about it.
Yes, well, I'm sure you would, but, I mean, it really is rather amazing, isn't it, in these enlightened times, and an old man can be without heat and warmth, and, well, nobody knows about it.
Yes, perhaps the times aren't quite as enlightened as you think. In any case, Mr. Tatlock's no help, is he?
You ask Alf, he didn't say a word, did he?
Well, would he? He'd rather have his leg cut off than go to Social Security.
Yeah, that sort of pride can be a deadly sin.
It isn't simply pride. It's stubbornness. And I have to say it, sheer bad manners. Now, I remember him standing exactly where you are one day last summer. And when it started to rain, I mentioned it to him because I knew he'd got some washing on the line. And he asked me how I knew. Moreover, he went on and on about it. You can say what you like, but Mr. Tatlock isn't much help when it comes to taking an interest in his affairs.
And about old Albert, are we?
You might say that, yes.
It's a shame. Still, perhaps it'll be better now you're here to look after him.
Well, I'm only here for a couple of days to sort one or two things out.
Huh?
I do have my life to live, you know.
Nobody's denying that. Apparently Mr. Tatlock thought the same, and look what's happened to him.
What you having, love?
I'll have a gin and tonic, thanks very much.
Look, why don't you go back on beer? Have you seen the price of gin and tonic recently?
Well, I'll get me own, thanks very much. Gin and tonic, and I'll pay. And if you've got a stone here, Scrooge can squeeze, he'll have a pint of blood.
Yeah. Go on, give her a gin and tonic.
I'll get off.
Mrs. Walker, can I have 2 brown ales to take out, please? Oh, Ken, by the way, have you got any salmon you don't want? I'd gladly take some off your hands.
Salmon?
Yeah, did Mr. Tatlock bring you any back from the canal? Oh, when I left him, he was willing a young lad to catch summit. Mood hearing, it could have been measles.
When was this?
Oh, about 9 o'clock. Why hadn't he come back yet?
No, not even for his 11s. Where was this exactly?
On the towpath. You know, them steps that come down from Canal Street? Well, it was just along there.
Thanks.
2 brown ales. Thanks, Mrs. Walker.
Hello, have you been here since 9 o'clock?
Yeah, I'm going home now, though.
Well, have you seen an old man, small, wearing a cap?
Yeah, he's been gone a long time.
How long?
Soon after 9, he went down that way.
Did he say where he was going?
No, I asked him, and he just says, where I won't be a bother to anybody.
Yeah, that's him, all right.
Looks like being a good do. And say what you like about Mrs. Walker, that's a very fair price these days.
Well, it better I'd be a good do. It's not just our first anniversary, you know, it's Deirdre's 21st and all.
I so believe. Hey, what's it like at first year?
Oh, great. Well, there have been patches when I wished I was back on my town, but only patches.
Yeah, just the odd day like.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with me.
What, you mean you get the odd day when you wish you was married?
No, I get the odd day I don't.
I hope you realise I've been worried sick about you.
You're the only one then.
Where have you been, for Pete's sake?
I've been walking, thinking. What's it matter where I've been?
It matters to me where you've been. Come on. Come on over and have your dinner. You can come back here this afternoon.
Can I? You ask him at town hall whether I can come back or not.
What's the matter?
They're taking this lot away from me. They say I've neglected it. What do they expect at my age?
Come on.
I grew that myself.
I know you did. Come on.
Oh, I should have wrote it down.
You should.
I remember the bay leaf, but you don't stock them. Oh, now what was it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was something like, Something like Marjorie?
Marjoram.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't stock that either.
Oh, Maggie Clegg had all them sort of things.
I'm not Maggie Clegg.
No. No, well, Stan will just have to do without his Hungarian stew then. How much is that lot?
£1 and twopence.
£1 and twopence. You haven't started credit yet, have you?
No.
No. £1 and twopence. Thank you very much. Morning.
Yes?
Let me see. Pepper. Oh no, I wanted the peppercorns.
I don't stock peppercorns.
Oh, they've got them on Victoria Street.
Yes, well, you better go round to Victoria Street. Nobody is stopping you.
Pardon?
I said, I think you better go round to Victoria Street, and the sooner the better.
I don't know what's come over you, Miss Bradshaw.
But don't you?
No.
Think.
I've no idea. Unless...
Go on.
Unless you think it's me who reported you to the authorities.
Well, whatever made you think of that? Your conscience troubling you, is it?
Perhaps I should go to Victoria Street.
Yes, perhaps you should. Well, that's that settled.
Oh, no, it was very tasty and very healthy. It's nothing quite like a salad, is it? And that lettuce was...
I shan't be able to buy any more. Not when you've gone. And they won't let me grow my own.
Switch that lamp on.
What for?
All right, I'll switch the lamp on. You watch. There you are. How's that for a modern miracle? Going down this morning and paid the bill, and they're very good. They came round and reconnected it almost straight away.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, well, just don't go around getting the idea that everybody's against you.
Look, it's only kids that think like that. And you'll know that when you get to my age. It's not a question of who's for you and who's against you. It's just that they don't care a toss.
There's what's his name? That fellow from the education office. You know, he applied the same time as Ken. We saw him.
Just about sums him up and all. What's his name? I can't remember a blind thing about him. Except he was not like Ken Barlow.
True.
You know, we're going to be very hard-pressed to find somebody to replace Ken.
I would have thought that's fairly apparent. We haven't even got one name to put before the committee yet.
Unless you put yours up again.
Oh, I'm not saying business is good, but it'll pick up. It's like I couldn't do both jobs.
Suit yourself. Oh, here's the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, Ken, you found the old fella, did
Yes,
you?
I did, thanks.
Oh, good. How is he?
Well, if I say back to normal, you'll know what I mean, won't you? Hello.
Hello.
Ah, just the gentleman I've been looking for.
Bring a drink, eh?
No, I won't, thanks. Well, I don't quite know how to put this after the song and dance I've been making, but...
If you mean you want your job back...
Now, hang on, Ernie. Let him say.
Well, yes, that's actually exactly what I was going to say, but obviously you've given it to somebody else.
No.
Well, no, it's not finally fixed, you know. I mean, the committee's still, aren't they, Ernie? You know, what's his name?
Oh, yeah, what's it? No, it's not finally...
Yeah, so if you were thinking of changing your mind...
Oh, could I? I mean, I wouldn't be putting anyone else out.
Just say the word and the job's yours.
Oh.
Right, Alf?
Ah, well, go on then. I mean, we can always sway the rest of the committee. They'll just have to tear the shortlist up, that's all.
Right, well, thanks very much. I'm sorry I've been a nuisance.
Yeah, well, don't let it happen again.
Right.
What was all that about?
Never appear too eager and never let anybody think they're indispensable. 2 unbreakable rules of civic life.
Excuse me, gentlemen, did I hear it right? Is Ken not going?
He's asked for his job back.
Just put it down to our powers of persuasion.
Do you mind if I don't? I rather think there's another reason.
What's up with you?
I'm thinking about summer, and I'll guarantee it's not table tennis. Pack it in, I'm not in the mood.
What is it, fellas?
Does it have to be?
Well, it usually is.
Well, it's not.
All right, I believe you. Oh, God, here's another one. Is yours, fellas?
Pardon?
You look like I feel.
Well, I don't know how you feel, Gail, but I'm very annoyed. I mean, I may not agree with people breaking the law, but I've never been a stool pigeon.
What? Do you mean her at corner shop?
Yes, I do mean her at the corner shop. She accuses me of reporting her and then more or less orders me out. Really, some people.
Do you know, if anybody asks me, I'd say you know more about this than you're letting on.
Would you?
Wasn't you at shop too, was it?
No, but I know who did.
Well, you better go and tell her then before she sets fire to the street.
They say it makes you sleep.
What?
This stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Mind you, it's not for me. I go out like a light as soon as we head touch his pillar. So, Mrs. Walker, she's been having some sleepless nights lately, and it's a blessing a good night's sleep, isn't it? Anyway, being as I'm the one that's supposed to be looking after her, mind you, Rini, if you don't mind me saying so, love, I think you ought to have some of this. You're looking a bit pale yourself.
Oh, it's nothing physical. It's just a spot of trouble, and I don't like trouble.
Who does, love? There's one good thing about it. Doesn't last forever. Ta-da.
Don't jump down my throat. I know who shopped you.
Go on. How long have you had this?
Not long.
You got it yesterday. It was sent here.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me, you stupid little devil?
I couldn't. Trish is my best mate, and anyway, you didn't like being shopped.
But that's different. You can't defend somebody who does something wrong.
You did something wrong.
I don't know whether you know or not, but I've got myself into a right mess.
Yeah, I know. That's why I came.
Can you look after the shop for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Do you know where she is?
Emily Bishop.
Who else would I want?
Community centre.
Oh, I don't know. I've come to say I'm sorry. I found out who it was.
I see.
I can't do more than say I'm sorry.
No, I know. And I accept your apology.
I don't usually fly off the handle like that, but I'm not used to people treating me this way. I only want to be friendly with them. Heaven knows that's not much.
Could I offer a little word of advice? See, I've served in a shop for most of my life, and you very soon get to find out just how insulting and thoughtless and unfriendly people can be. I think it's because most people never have anyone under them, sort of subordinate to them. And when they go into a shop, they see whoever's behind the counter as their servant, and they don't know how to treat them. It's just something you've got to get used to. I know this particular affair was different, but I think you took it badly because things hadn't worked out the way you thought they would. You get a shop and make it nice, and you think of yourself as the ruler of a kingdom. And then the Mrs. Sharples is coming and treat you like a doormat. It takes a while to find the happy medium between taking all the insults on the one hand and shouting back and losing all your customers on the other. But you'll do it.
I'm feeling it'll take me much longer than you. But thanks.
Don't mention it. And welcome to the club.
There she is, with a shop of her own. Me and Gail working our fingers to the bone for a young fella dancing attendance on her all the time. And is she happy? Is she ekers like? And here's me with not 2 halfpennies to rub together and everybody's dish rag.
You're not happy, are you?
No. I think it's the gin, it depresses you. Give us another love.
It's not the gin, love, it's the weather.
What's with the weather? It's lovely outside.
Yes, but we're in here. If that's not depressing, I don't know what is.
Oh, I don't know. There could be worse places.
Mallorca's not one of them. We've been to Mallorca. It's lovely. We all went there a couple of years back.
Yes, so I heard. Did you behave yourself then?
Yeah, come to think of it. But it could have been better, you know. Have you ever been abroad?
Oh, yes, every time I go on honeymoon. No, I lie, not the first time. Arnold went on his own, a world cruise.
World cruise?
I was in the Merchant Navy, told me I couldn't go with him. Afterwards, I found out I could. That was Arnold all over, though, wasn't it?
No, I said N-O, no.
Oh, you don't often hear a fella say that, do you?
Not in a pub, you don't. Hey!
No, I'm not interested.
Come on, Ray, first fur. You heard what he said. That fella will lose his allotment if we don't all muck it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter who does it, so long as it's done efficiently. But if it's not done, then bingo, he loses it.
Right, all right, put my name down for one night a week, and I must be mad.
And me.
And me.
Yeah, we're all mad, aren't we, Ray?
Oh, no, I've got better things to do with my time. I've got a beautiful bride at home, you know.
What you talking about? You're in here every night.
You shut up, you.
Oh, never mind about him. You can put Stan down on the list.
Pardon?
Well, Stan will give a hand. I take it you'll be sharing the veg out, you know, then what you grow.
Well, I presume so. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it means shared out equally between them as does the digging and that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you can rely on Stan to do his fair share.
Of what?
Work.
Well, I'm only asking him.
Anyway, I'm sure Uncle Albert will be delighted at the response, and I'll let you know when.
Right?
Well, coming very handy with that. Price of veg these days.
Hilda, don't you think you better ask Stan before you volunteer his services?
Oh, Luke, we got a perfect marriage, me and Stan. When I say jump, he jumps.
Yeah, but when you say dig, will he dig? There's no collies for glass bats, you know.
You keep out of it, you're not even a member.
No, I'm not daft neither. Mrs. Walker, I've decided to accept your estimate. I think you'll find that correct. That's the deposit.
Well, if there are any changes, let me know.
Right, I will do.
Hilda, are you saying that if Stan can't make it to the allotment, you'll stand in for him?
I don't think I couldn't.
Oh, I'm not saying for a moment that you couldn't, but if you can dig for spuds as well as you dig for gossip, you'll make Percy Thrower look like a beginner.
Luke, it may have escaped your notice, but we're doing this for what's known as humanitarian purposes. To help an old fellow what can't fend for himself. We're not doing it for us, or for the sake of making nasty remarks.
That's right, Mrs. Ogden. Hey, what do you say we let Albert keep all stuff we grow?
Oh, I wouldn't insult him. I mean, knowing Albert, he'd want us to have summers.
Why should I share with him? I never asked them to stick their noses in.
They're not sticking their noses in. They're volunteering to help. I mean, that's not quite the same thing, is it?
No, but it comes to the same thing, doesn't it? They'll have to buy veg. They've got no allotments of their own and they want to nick in on mine.
Yeah, but you won't have an allotment for them to nick in on if you don't let them help. I mean, can't you see that?
All I
Look,
can
just
see-
just keep quiet for a minute, will you? I rang up the town hall from the Rovers Return. I spoke to the guy who's going to kick you
Shut
out.
up,
Look,
little-
just listen for a minute, will you? He's got a valid point. They've got a waiting list for allotments about a mile long, and it's more than his life is worth to let one get a seed when you've got about 1,000 people waiting to turn it into a Garden of Eden, and yours is going to seed.
Yeah, well, only because I'm too old to cope with
Yeah,
it.
well, I know, but they can't let you have an allotment just for sitting in, can they? It's got to be properly worked. They don't care who does it. Providing it's properly worked, it stays in your name. Now, I have got you, your volunteers, and they're ready to help you.
Yes,
Under
well,
your direction, of course. And I did think, for one mad moment, that you might be a touch grateful.
Oh, I am. Grateful they'll allow me to carry on living. It's a lot easier to shoot folk, you know, when they get to my age. Nobody remembers how I fought for them at first lot. How I worked for 60 years, paid me contributions week after week. I paid Lloyd George from first week, you know, and I never drawn a penny dole in all my life. And there's folks outside living the life of O'Reilly.
Yeah,
Won't even offer to lift a finger.
Right, I mean, I know it's not a perfect system.
My God, it's not. Now you leaving me. Not easy to cope on your own, you know.
There's something else.
What?
I'm not leaving.
What?
And don't get an idea it's got anything to do with you, because it hasn't. It's just because they can't find anyone else to run the community centre.
Oh, no, I heard that.
You did?
Yeah, Alf Roberts was saying.
Oh, really? Anyway, that's what it is, so you just have to put up with me for a bit longer.
Well, you make sure you behave yourself.
I will, Uncle Albert, I promise.
And you wouldn't help an old fella?
Well, should I? Nobody helps us. You see, give that old so-and-so an inch and he'll have 'em working every hour God sends. And for now...
Gee, God help the starving millions if they're to rely on you, Langton. And come to that, God help me, get back to work.
Hey, Nosy.
You might well say nosy. What's this?
Well, now you're ready to know what it is. It was supposed to be a surprise.
50 quid for a party when we're supposed to be saving up. That's not a surprise, it's a kick in the teeth.
Marvellous. I want to give my wife a 21st party and it's a kick in teeth.
I don't want to celebrate. I want to save the money.
Well, you're too late, because I've paid a £25 deposit.
You've what?
I've paid the deposit and give it Annie Walker.
Well, you better get it back off Annie Walker.
I will not.
You will.
I will not. If I want to give my wife a 21st party, I'll give her a flaming 21st party.
Oh, go to hell!
Next, as it's midday, let's take a wander up the garden path. Here
Gail, love. Gail, the toaster. The toast, love, the toast. It's supposed to be flaming automatic. When are you going to get off your backside?
Shut up, Elsie.
I will not shut up. You've got 5 minutes to get yourself ready and get off to work.
I'm not going.
Oh, and what are you going to do instead of? Throw yourself in the cut? Come on, love, get off to work. Keep your mind occupied.
They put your name in the paper, don't they? My mum and dad will see it.
I wish I could tell you different, love.
He reads them out when he's having his tea. He's always reading bits out to me, Mum. Make 'em laugh, won't it? Cited as co-respondent.
I hope you're not going to leave it to the Gazette to tell them. That wouldn't be very kind of you, you know.
How can I tell 'em?
Oh, stop whinging. All right, you've had some bad luck. You've been down on your luck. I agree with that. But you did bring it on yourself.
All right, I did. But I never knew he was married.
Oh, lovey, it stands out a mile.
Well, not to me.
Well, why do you think I was so down on him?
Thought you fancied him.
No. You picked a right one, didn't you? Gail, this petition, you can't really believe that it comes as a total surprise to him, can you? I think you'd better have a talk, the both of you. That's one reason for going in.
No, I don't want to.
You don't want to see him?
No. I don't know what he's... Oh, Elsie, I don't know anything.
Yeah. Well, on second thoughts, I think you better stay where you are. But if I see Thornley, I can't pretend I know naught about it, you know.
No. Could you?
Could I have a talk to him? Yeah, well, I'll see what I can do. You know, there's a chance that this case might not come into court at all.
That's from the court. It's a petition.
Yes, there's a lot of water to flow under the bridge yet. Depends how your friend handles the case, and his missus, of course. It's all very much up in the air.
Anything I can do?
No, I don't think so. Roughly speaking, this is a tennis match, and you are the flaming ball.
Would it help if I got a solicitor?
Oh, now, before you go mad, let me see what I can do first.
Thanks, Elsie.
Yes, well, when it comes to divorce, I'm a little less out of my depth than you are. Look, if I'm going to talk to Thornley, I want to know what I'm talking about. I want the truth. Is she right in citing you? I see.
But I never knew he was married.
Oh, that's neither here nor there.
It is to me. It matters to how I feel.
You'd be surprised how little people care about what matters to you. God knows why I do. But I do, don't I?
Yeah, he got a knock on the head. He got a bent arm, but there's no bones broken.
Oh, well, that sets my mind at ease, anyway.
But they're keeping him in, though.
Yeah, for observation, whatever that means.
Terry said you had to get the police in.
Yeah, they did, yeah. They've gone round to see Ray in hospital this afternoon.
So you didn't think it was an accident then, either?
Oh, no, it wasn't, and I know who it was meant for and all. Yours truly. Just that Ray was unlucky.
Just think, it could have been Terry. Look, love, do you want them things or not?
I'm choosing.
Well, you don't need to touch when you're choosing. Do you know, I reckon Terry was safer off in the army than he is working with you lot.
Oh, he's very quiet now for what he used to be.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You know, I've never picked a fight in my life.
No, then, Fairclough, I believe you. But you do seem to have a knack of meeting one when one turns up.
You will be carrying on, though, at the site.
Yeah, of course we
I mean,
will.
you won't lose the job over it.
If we keep it up to schedule now. That's going to be a bit tricky without Ray, though.
Still, you've always got Terry.
Well, we haven't yet, have we? Give him another shout with her.
Terry!
Terry! Devils, not flaming on. Good morning's work all gone
What's
for
up,
nothing.
Joe?
Just look at that. Brought me washing down.
How'd that happen?
Them flaming kids pulling on the line.
Little devils.
Oh, they want throttling. I'll have to put them all through again now. And have you got any intention, Stanley?
Oh, well, I was just...
You're just spreading your backside. That's what you're just doing. It's time you was out.
I work in my own time, don't I?
Yeah, well, so long as you get out from under my feet, that's all.
I'm going to grease my cart.
Suppose that'll take the rest of the morning. I don't know, I'm fighting a losing.
Look, tell me those lads' names, and I'll throttle them.
Can I have a glass of water, mister?
What, in a pub? Go on, shove off, kid, I'm busy.
Our kid's dying of thirst.
Oh, hang about. Hey, leave that. There you are. And listen, bring the glass back.
Ta, mister.
There's a good lad.
Ta, mister, he was dead thirsty.
Oh, good lad. Show it on counter there. Ta.
Hey! Hey, come here!
What's the matter, Stella? How you done, kids?
Kids, have you not said they are elder? Van goes by peace and quiet, doesn't it? Have you got any oil or grease for it, you know?
What for?
Well, I got the wheel off my cart, you know, doing the axle.
Sorry, Stan, can't help you there.
Nobody's got none round here.
Try Canal Garage.
I'll have to pay for it there, won't I? I could do with a chisel, too. I can't get the colour off, you know.
Ain't it got any gain at all, Stan?
Oh, but I mean, things crop up, don't they?
Aye, some people are luckier than others in that respect,
I
aren't they?
don't know how I'm going out today, I don't, honest. I'll have to give it a think, that's all. Give us a Jill, eh? Grease the brain box, you know.
Go on, then.
I don't know whether you're interested or not, but they should be taking on now down at Fairclough's.
Oh, aye.
Yeah, with the rail laid up. They're asking Terry to work all hours, and they're still a bit pushed.
Do you know how many people are out of work? There's millions.
Not quite millions.
Of course there are. Look, the way I see it is the vacant jobs ought to go to the most deserving. Well, I mean, it's only fair, isn't it? You'd hardly call me deserving, would you? Anyway, I've got my paper round to think of.
Foolish of me to mention it.
Hey, you little honors. Go on. Hiya.
Hiya.
How is he? How's he doing?
Oh, he was sitting up and cheerful when I rang up early this morning. He ate his breakfast all right, anyway.
Ah, well, that's all right then.
I'll tell him you're asking.
Yeah. Give him these, will you?
Oh, you're all right. You don't want to take your fags off, you?
Yeah, well, me and your old fellow never really got on, you know, and I think it was dead tight what happened to him.
Well, that's very nice of you. He'll appreciate that. Ta.
Yeah, well, never mind, eh?
Oh, heck, was that rain?
Oh, it'll only be a shower.
Yeah, well, I'll see you.
Yeah.
Ta.
See ya.
Well, you got caught in it, didn't you, Bet?
Did I, 'cause like get caught in it? I sheltered in a doorway round corner.
What, your blouse?
Two flaming kids with a water pistol in the same doorway. They drenched me, and then I got even wetter chasing the little...
Kids, eh? Things they get up to.
I know the two lads, and they'll know it when I get my hands on them.
Oh.
Love,
Oh, hello, Mrs. Walker.
would you like to go upstairs and dry yourself?
Yes, Ta.
And I could lend you a dress.
Oh, that's all right, thanks.
No, I think I must insist, in the interest of decency.
No, I don't think so.
Well, that one?
No.
That one.
No, pink doesn't suit me at all.
Mrs. Howard? No Gail?
That'll go with anything, you know, madam.
Well, I was looking for something more different.
Well, I'm afraid that's about as different as you'll get in this shop.
All right.
I'm sorry I can't help you, madam.
I said, is Gail not in?
All right, did it? Your buying trip?
All right, Mrs. Howard. I know I'm the big bad wolf, but we can be civil.
I don't suppose you phoned home while you were away, did you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, then, of course, I don't know how much time you spend at home, do I?
Well, as a matter of fact, not very much, but it's none of your business.
You'd be surprised how many things you have to catch up on. Did you know, for instance, that your wife was divorcing you? Dear me. You do have to do some catching up, don't you?
Where did you get that from?
I got it from Gail. Oh, got it from the courts. She's had a petition naming her as correspondent.
The bitch.
Who, your wife? She was right, though, wasn't she? Although why she didn't cite that woman you're practically living with, I really don't know. But if she hit the mark with Gail, why worry?
What the hell has it got to do with you?
You're right, what's it got to do with me? But here's one for you. What the hell's it got to do with Gail? I mean, really?
Look, I didn't even know that... I mean, how did Gail get into this? I don't see she even knows Gail's name.
Neither do I, but she does, and so it's tough luck on Gail, doesn't it?
Of course it's tough on
and
Gail.
And you care, do you? Look, if she's divorcing you, it's been coming for a long time, long before you ever knew Gail, either of you.
Do you mind, Mrs. Howard?
If you're phoning your solicitors, get on with it, but you tell them that you want Gail's name kept out of it.
Gail's in it, I'm sorry.
Oh, and that's not to do with you,
It's not up to me now.
Of course it is, if you don't defend it.
Oh, yeah, let that bitch walk away with everything.
Oh, so you are going to, are you?
It's none of your business. I'm going to ring my solicitor from a slightly more private telephone.
You do that, you do it, and call on Gail on the way back, can't you? Can't you? And that colour doesn't suit you a bit. There, take a good look, Stan. Right under your flaming nose, they've took it.
Well, don't go blaming me.
Oh, I know who it is. Them blooming Haggerty kids, they've took my washing. So you go right down there and sort them out.
I've got to fix
You
me.
get down there right away. And you needn't bother coming back without me washing, neither. Flaming kids.
Oh, Elsie, what does it matter what I've had for me lunch? Of course I'm all right. I've had me diet and a load of biscuits. Oh, I'm fed up just sitting around. Yeah, you're right, I'll come in. Elsie, thanks about this morning and for ringing. See you.
Better. Oh, bad luck.
Hey, is Deirdre in, yeah?
I've seen a cop.
Saw her before. I got the idea she was going to the hospital to see Ray.
She is, I'm taking her.
Well, can you visit this time of day, then?
I hope so, yeah. I'm picking her up here.
You better have a Jill while you're waiting then.
Aye, ta.
Gotcha.
Tell you what, I'll go up to the cabin, get a card, and then we can all sign it.
No, there won't be time for that, mate. I've got to get back to the site.
Why, it's your mate.
Aye, I know. And the sooner I get back, though, the sooner I can carry his corner. I've left Terry working by himself at the moment. Hey, I tell you what, though, he's grafting, is that lad?
Oh, you're lucky. There's not many of them about.
Hey, do you know something? I would like to be one of them.
Sorry, what?
The grafters.
I'll get yourself a bag of tools and I'll sign you one.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that. A fella cannot do the job if he doesn't have the tools.
Here we go for another session of ear bending.
Well, what's the point of employing a carpenter if you don't give him the wood?
Yeah.
I don't know. What is the point?
Well, I'll tell you what the point is, or rather, what is the point of employing me at what I consider to be a generous salary if you do not give me the budget with which I can earn that salary?
Look, Ken, you know where these directives come from. We've had to cut everything right across the
Yeah, well,
board.
that is a ridiculous principle. In fact, it isn't a principle, it's a slogan.
Well, it's a fact of life these
Now, what
days.
we should be doing is not wasting the money that we do have to spend. Now, you tell me, how much did the South West Pennine Council spend on that road scheme study which they shelved and forgot about for 2 years?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this, if I'd had 1/10 of what they paid to one of the consultants that I've heard about...
Sorry, I've always had a hell of a job going in Bruce. He's not that strong. I'm sorry, Shannon, I interrupted.
Carry on, love.
Yeah, anyway, it's all right, Alf, don't bother. I'll bring up the subject again and again and again and again and again until I get some cash.
There is no cash.
Right, come on, let's go.
Oh, hey, give him our regards.
I will.
Come on.
Moving along.
Yeah, and me too.
Thanks very much, Mr. Sharples. Thank you. Good God.
Typical. Husband in hospital if she's round the boozers getting picked up. Ow, mind me arm, mind me foot, mind me
Oh,
head.
you poor love. I didn't know they were going to discharge you.
Discharge myself.
You shouldn't.
Well, about an hour after the boozers opened, I thought I better add to.
Ooh, you.
So you're out, eh? Are you all right?
After me.
You will.
Come on, Fairclovis, you're round.
Are you sure you can lift a pint with that arm of yours?
We've got straws.
You've got Fred in a very funny position now.
What's that, Mr. Tetlock?
Well, Fred here, he's been getting money under false pretences. He was going to send Ray something to get well, and he's got himself well.
Oh, aye. You have a whip round then?
Did you, Fred? That was nice of you.
Well, I sort of started it.
Oh.
Well, come on. Divvy up. We'll all have a drink on the strength of it.
37p. Well, I suppose I can make it up to 2 pints.
Well, ta very much, thank you.
Well, it's your own fault for coming out. We thought you'd been there for weeks.
Oh, yeah, you were flaming grief-stricken, wasn't you? All right, go on, get him in on me, then.
Just hang on a minute, will you? Right.
Bloody heck, Albert, you'd skin a flea.
I have.
Well, you know, well, I thought I ought to.
I didn't expect you to.
Well, I'm not just going to send you letters through a solicitor, am I? Oh, I'm sorry about that. I know it came bang out of nowhere, but I didn't know myself. I only found out when I came back this morning. It's true. You know who told me? Elsie Howard. It's that ridiculous. I think she's daft, my wife. You know, I'm sure she is.
You know you and me are finished.
I don't know. I haven't talked to her yet. I've had 5 minutes on the phone with the solicitor, and that's all. Can I see that thing they sent you?
How did she know?
She hired a private detective.
You mean someone's been following us? Watching us?
So it seems.
They make you feel lovely.
Well, the rest of it's not going to be very nice.
That depends on you, doesn't it?
I don't know, look. I don't know.
That's what Elsie says. She says if you contest it, then it's all got to be dragged through the mud and it's all got to come out in court.
Well, some of it's bound to come out, yes.
Does everybody have to know about you and me? In the stockroom? Have to know everything? It's all right for you. People will just say you've played around, you've had your bit of spare. They'll laugh.
Well, I'm not laughing.
I don't care about you. You've had your laugh out of me.
No, wait a minute. You've enjoyed yourself. You had your good time. Now, come on.
Didn't know you had a wife who was going to divorce you.
You knew all about Sylvia. That didn't seem to bother you.
It's not the same thing, is it?
I don't know.
Why didn't you tell me you were married?
Look, if you didn't know, you had nothing to feel bad about, right?
Oh, you've got it all worked out, haven't you?
Gail, please don't be like
You just
that.
go around picking up girls.
I don't go around picking up girls.
A couple of weeks ago I'd have believed that and all, but it's just how you go on, isn't it?
Gail.
I'm not the only girl you've ever...
No, all right, you're not the only girl. What's that got to do with it?
I'm the only one on that, aren't I?
Look, I'll try and make things as painless as I can. For you, I mean. I'll do whatever I can.
Does that mean you're not defended?
I can't say yet.
Why can't you?
Like, I've got to phone my solicitor.
You don't need a solicitor to know whether you love your wife
Oh,
or not.
Gail,
Well, do
Gail.
you? And if you wanted a divorce...
Look, it's not anything like as simple as
Why
that,
isn't it?
Look, I don't want her, and she doesn't want me, but she'll certainly want my house and money. You can bet on that. So, but I don't know yet.
Come on, then, come on, get
Hey,
up.
wait, I'll watch it. I'll play me get you. I'll play me get you.
You're too slow.
Come here, will you? Come here. Come here.
Come on, Dad.
I'll bloody well get you if I got all of you.
Oh,
I came to,
I'm agreeably surprised. I'm glad you found the time.
Mrs. Howard, the last thing we need is your sarcasm. It doesn't help.
Gail, are you all right? Well, when you didn't come in after that telephone call,
He's going to.
Is that right?
I am not discussing it with you. Goodbye, Gail.
Come on.
Hills are alive with the sound of music. La da 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 dee.
Oh, hello, Chuck. You got it?
Hold your horses. Hold your horses.
Hey, hang on.
I'm telling you.
That's not ours.
I'm saying that's Agady's washing.
Oh, Stan, what have you done?
Nicked it out the yard.
You've never.
Well, their kids are gone to ours. They say they're throwing it in cut. I don't believe them.
They better not have. Did you catch them?
No, they were too fast. I blame their parents. We are within our rights.
Oh, definitely, Stan, yeah.
They bring our washing back, they get their washing back.
Yeah, that's quite right, Chuck. And they better bring it back clean and all.
I'll have me dinner.
Right, I'll get it for you. Hello, love, come in.
It's only me, Mrs. Ogden.
Yes, love.
Oh, I am a good neighbour. It's a good thing I was looking through the window. Only, I took it off the line when it came on to rain.
Oh.
The kitchen door was bolted, and so I brought it in with mine.
Door wasn't bolted.
Oh, I felt it.
No, it's swollen a bit. It sticks, you know.
Doesn't matter, there it is. Is everything all right?
You'll have to take it back, Stan.
I can't go back there.
Well, there it is.
Oh, yes, well, thank you very much. Very good of you.
Don't mention it.
You'll have to, Stan.
You jumped to conclusions. You said it was them.
Yeah, well, it was round here all morning.
You said they nicked it.
Well, I didn't tell you to go and nick theirs, did I? You just have to take it back there.
Have you seen the side of that Agady?
There's chaos in the church next on Granada Plus when Amanda makes an announcement about her wedding. Families after the break.
What you want. At this rate, you'll have it dark.
How much are them North Sea pipelines?
2 for a penny.
North Sea pipelines?
Bits of licorice, that's what they are, isn't it?
We've changed our minds. We'll have one of them pies. No, let's have a bar of chocolate.
Look, will you two make your minds up? Folks like us haven't got all day to waste while you two are mucking about.
Oh, wait, you swear.
Get out.
Curb your language, otherwise you're out.
We'll have nout then. Stick your shut. Cheeky pair.
Who are they anyway?
Jimmy and Kevin Haggerty. They're from round Rosamond Street.
You don't stop round here at all.
Haggerty, eh? I remember that name. Do you know, I could have swore I weighed them a quarter of mince.
You did, just after I come in. About half an hour since. And I've been stood waiting to be served ever since.
Do you know, they never paid me. Flipping kids.
Yeah, them Haggerty kids is not but trouble. It were them I thought has pinched our washing. You know, what you very kindly took in for us out of the rain. Oh, they'll pinch anything if it's not nailed down. Good hiding's what they want.
Yeah, well, you can't really blame the kids, can you, Hilda? I mean, they don't get much help from the father, Jim Haggerty, do they? He's in and out of prison all the time.
Oh, one of them sort of families, eh?
Well, he's inside now, as a matter of fact.
Inside, is he, Big Jim? Oh, now that's interesting. Very interesting.
Look, am I going to get served or not? This is not a flaming shop, it's a flaming gasworks.
Come on, love, buck up. Although a good cry never did anybody any harm. God knows I've had a few myself. But you've got to try and pull yourself together. That's it. Have a good blow. And remember, no matter what you feel like now, it is not the end of the world.
I really thought he was all right, Elsie. I really thought he was nice.
I know you did.
I know you warned me, but I really thought he was nice.
Oh, now, don't worry. I'm not going to say I told you so. I've been wrong about too many fellas myself, God knows. And I've been told, and I took no notice. We all do it, you know. And one thing's for certain, you're going to do it again.
Oh, not if I can help it. This is all I need.
Well, one thing you've got to remember. Try and keep calm. You see, if Mrs. Thornley is divorcing him, and he's going to fight it, it's bound to be a bit nasty.
It's the publicity, Elsie. That's what I can't take.
Come on, you're not Elizabeth Taylor. You're not going to be front page news, you know. A couple of lines at most.
Yeah, but everybody sees it, don't they? And they talk about it. I know I've done it myself. Oh, Elsie, what's me mum going to say?
No, it's not come to that yet. It's going to be months before it comes to court. And if it does, we'll cope. Come on now. Hey, remember, it's our half day. Do you want to go anywhere?
No.
No. I'll go. What do you want?
Look, I've been thinking about this. It's no use us getting at loggerheads. Can I come in and have another word?
Have you anything useful to say?
Please. I'm sorry I walked out like that. Look, girl, I'm not trying to make trouble for you. Believe me, I've tried to make my wife see sense.
I don't blame her for wanting to get shut of you.
Look, I'm trying to be helpful. You might make an effort to be civil. Look, I can still try and talk some sense into her and get her to drop the divorce, but if I can't, well, you can see how I'm fixed. Look at it my way. I've got to defend myself.
In spite of what that'll do to Gail.
It needn't do anything to Gail. Look, if we both deny it, I mean, if we get together so we don't contradict each other.
Hang on a minute. You want her to lie to save your neck?
But what evidence has she got? Only what this private detective bloke says. I mean, everybody knows a lot of those fellas are paid to come up with a tale to suit their clients. So if we stick together...
You can do what you like, but I'll not lie for you. If I have to go to court, I'll tell them the truth.
Don't be silly.
I am.
Well, don't say I didn't try to help.
I think you better go for the second time.
Don't worry, I'm going. And it's the last time I tried to be helpful.
Oh, you're not still stood there staring at it, are you? You know, you want to get that back to Haggerty's yard quick. You should never have took it in the first place.
You said it was a clever move at the time.
At the time, maybe I did. But at the time, I thought them Haggerty kids had pinched our washing.
Well, Reenie Bradshaw to blame. She'd have never brought ours in.
Oh, no. No credit where it's due, Stan. She thought she was doing us a favour.
Some favour.
Look, while you stood there moaning about it, you're only getting in more bother, you know. That washing is stolen goods, strictly speaking.
Look, Hilda, don't you think you could take it back?
Oh, no, Stanley. I'm not doing your dirty work.
Miss Clean washing.
You know what I mean? Struggling through the streets with an armful of stolen goods. Oh, and where would you be? Hiding behind a pine pot at Rovers?
It looks better for a woman carrying washing, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, sex liberation's changed all that. We're not beasts of burden now, you know. You took it, you get it back.
But supposing Haggerty sees me, have you seen the size of him? He'll murder me.
Is that all you're bothered about? Old man Haggerty catching you?
If he weren't there, I'll be back in a flash.
In that case, Chuck, your worries are over.
Eh?
Well, he can't hurt you. He's in the nick again.
Straight up.
Definite. Alf Roberts just told me. So you've not to worry about.
Right, get the kettle on, we'll have a cup of tea and I'll take it back. Mind you, I wasn't really scared of Haggerty. It was just, me back, you know.
So after all that, what's the verdict on your arm?
Well, from what they said at the hospital, I reckon I'm going to be pretty useless for the next couple of weeks.
Oh, so nothing's going to be any different then, is it?
Oh, very funny, Feckle. Come on, it's you around.
Aye.
I notice you can still manage to lift your elbow, bad arm or no bad arm. Honestly, since you came out of hospital, you've done nought on the exercise you're drinking of.
Well, you see, it's what they call remedial therapy, love. In a case like mine, ale should be on prescription free, you see. I'm going to have to do a lot of this.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, well, don't just take my word for it. Ask any doctor. For a bad arm, you need plenty of drink, lots of good food, and no aggravation from the missus.
Do you know, if you hadn't just come out of hospital, I might put you in.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, Len, I had Bobby in to see me this morning.
Whereabouts?
What do you think about my little accident?
Yeah, what do you tell him?
I told him that. I said the first thing I knew was when I come round in hospital, which is true enough as far as it goes.
Good lad.
What do you mean, good lad? You know damn well it were no accident.
Yeah, I know it, but I can't prove it. Anyway, the bloke that rigged it had a little accident himself, didn't he?
Well, let's say if he does it again, the same thing will happen again.
Trouble with you two, you've seen too many John Wayne films.
Hello, darling.
Can I have a quiet word?
Do you want a drink?
Quiet word's more important.
Oh, right. Excuse me. What's up with that?
Not her, Gail.
Oh, dear.
Oh, do you mind?
What?
Well, all that touching and breathing, it's putting me off my game.
Well, I can see some it is.
Come on, Mr. T, I'm waiting for you to play. One false move and wham.
Hold your sweat, you.
You want to play your double three.
Will you shut up, woman, telling him what I've got?
Oh, very shrewd, Dom, that. Very crafty.
You see?
However, I'm sorry to have to tell you that your shoes let in water because you can't go now, can you?
You hang on a minute.
Listen, if you've got a domino you can play, I'll plast sawdust.
I told you to play your double three.
Oh, shut up, woman. What would Montgomery have done at El Alamein if you'd been there nattering in his ear hole?
He'd have played his double three. Do you know, Bert, I think that you should keep this frock of mine. Definitely does something for you.
Thorley's going to lie himself blue in the face and he wants Gail to do the same thing.
But he can't do that. She's got evidence against him, hasn't she?
I know, she's got him over a barrel, but he won't admit it. If she takes this case to court and he fights it, Gail's going to be dragged right through the mud.
Well, he needn't mean that.
If Mrs. Thorley brings up the case to court and he fights it, it will.
Supposing Mrs. Thornley changes her mind.
Well, why should she?
Well, look, does she have to name Gail? I mean, hasn't she got evidence against anybody else apart from Gail?
How do I know?
You know what I think should happen? I think Gail should go to Mrs. Thornley and tell her the tale straight. And throw herself on her mercy.
You've got something there. I never thought of that.
I can't walk down the streets like this.
Well, that's how you brought it from Agatha's yard, isn't
Ah,
it?
that was ours. I thought I was entitled to.
Oh, here.
What are you doing?
Here, put your old coat round it. There, now, have you got it?
Whoa! Ooh, I felt a twinge.
Off you go, Stanley.
Oh, no, no, no.
Go on.
Steady. Ooh.
When you get home, I'll give you back a rub for you.
You're back soon.
We're missing something. We're overlooking a chance to sort this lot out.
What?
There is another side to this flaming triangle, apart from you and Mr. Wonderful, Mrs. Thornley. I think you ought to go and see her.
Mrs. Thornley? I couldn't.
She is naming you in a divorce. Now, I know that's unfair. You know that's unfair. But she doesn't. I think you ought to go and tell her that.
Elsie, I couldn't face her.
Look, until a week ago, you didn't even know there was a Mrs. Thornley. At least that's what you told me.
Oh, it's true, honest.
Well, I think you ought to go and tell her that.
She'd never believe me.
Oh, look, give her a chance. She must be human. She must know what her husband's like.
She's bound to hate me.
It doesn't necessarily follow. Listen, you go to her. You tell her you knew naught about her. She might not even name you in the divorce.
No.
Come on, it's worth a chance. What have you got to
No,
lose?
Elsie, I know what you're saying, but I can't. I feel that ashamed. I can't go anywhere near her.
Is them your last words?
I'm sorry. I know you think I'm being stupid, but I can't. I can't.
Well, if you can't, you can't. But I can. And I flaming well will. Chris, tea.
Oi! Aye, Stanley.
Well, keep always shouting, will you? Maybe jump.
What's all this then?
Nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing to me. Looks like a bundle of something wrapped up in an old coat.
Oh, I told you, it's nothing.
Is that what you call nothing, Stanley? That's what I call a raggedy old vest.
Oh, well, it's washing, isn't it?
I've never seen that hanging on your backyard line.
Oh, well, I mean, Harold, they wouldn't hang that on the line, you know.
Now, Stanley, come on, you can trust me. You've been at it, haven't you?
What are you on about?
I've seen it before. It's your time of life, you see. We had a fella in Walton just the same. Washing line Walter, they used to call him. He couldn't pass a washing line without nicking a load of knickers.
Oh, all right, yes, it is washing. It's not mine, but I'm not pinching it. I'm taking it back.
Oh, quite right, too. You will have to master your impulses, Stanley. That's what the trick cyclist told washing line Walter. See ya.
Mrs. Thornley, my name is Elsie Howard. You don't know me, but I know your husband. I work at the separate shop. Yes. I've got... I'm afraid I don't quite know how to put this. I've got some information that I think you ought to know. Yes, it's about the divorce. Well, yes, I only live a few minutes away, and I could come round in a few minutes. Yes, I see. Yes, I do understand. I have children, too. Yes, well, it's only a few minutes away. 11 Coronation... Oh, good. I'll be waiting.
Poor girl. You can't help feeling sorry for her.
Oh, I can. She knew what she was getting into.
How do you make that up?
Well, this bloke Thornley, he's twice her age, and he... Of course she knew he was married.
She didn't, because she asked him and he told her he was single.
Well, she's bound to tell you that, isn't she? Look, she wanted a good time. This bloke was willing to spend a few quid on her, wine her and dine her and all that, and now she's paying for it.
Yeah, still, I know how she's feeling, though. I mean, I wouldn't like a label like that hung round my neck. Correspondent.
That's a stupid word, isn't it? Sounds as if all they did was write letters to each other.
Anyway, there's only the three of us, and Elsie Tanner knows about this. So keep it quiet, eh?
Yeah, but I mean, it's bound to get out, isn't it, Len? I mean, especially in a place like this.
Yeah, I suppose it's bound to get out, but not from us three, eh?
All right.
You can't go, can you?
Just a minute, I'm studying my hand.
You can't go, can you?
Well, at the minute, no.
Right, well, you've got to knock. When you're playing dominoes and you can't go, you've got to knock.
No need to tell me the rules. I've been playing this game all my life.
Very well, then. Let's hear you knocking.
Oh, I just can't concentrate with all this argy-bargy.
I'm waiting.
According to my instructor, using your clutch and accelerator is just a question of rhythm, which, of course, he says I do have. But then Jack and I were very well known for our skill on the dance floor.
Well, I can't tell a waltz from a tango, Mrs. Walker, but I used to drive a tank when we were at Army.
Driving a tank is a very different thing from driving a car on the road, Fred. After all, a tank is an offensive weapon.
It seems to me that a lot of folk don't know the difference, Annie.
A point well taken, Alf. The roads are full of people with no consideration for others. And I tell you another thing I've noticed these days. The number of reckless and utterly selfish pedestrians is staggering. Quite staggering.
You know, them cheeky kids, they must think I'm daft.
A light bottle, please. Hello, Kenneth.
Hello, Hilda. Not brought Stanley with you, then?
No, he's got a bit of a job on.
A light bottle. No, I'm not kidding. Them Haggerty lads really do take the biscuit. Do you know, they were in here this morning trying to get money back on bottles they pinched from another pub's yard. They want a damn good clip round Theo.
Oh, no, I don't hold with that kind of attitude. Well, I mean to say, it's not entirely the kid's fault, is it? The father's forever in and out of prison.
Oh, it's big Jim Haggerty, innit? Well, I knew he were a bad un.
Yeah, he's inside now.
No, he's out again, as a matter of fact, Hilda.
You are?
He's out. I think he came home last week.
Oh, heck.
Hey, what are you doing all washing?
I'm not, I'm hanging it up.
Get off it, Oggy. I'll bring me Dad.
I'll clear off a pair of you.
Dad!
Clear off and I'll lay one on you. I know your dad's not at home. And if he was, I'm not scared of him, see? Well, hello, Jim. Am I the first to say welcome home?
still don't see why she wanted to come round here.
It's not that she wants to come round here exactly. She just doesn't want me to go round there, that's all.
Why?
Well, she wants to keep them kids away from the divorce altogether.
Oh.
Oh, now don't start scriking. You didn't know about them kids, did you? No, Mrs. Thornley, if it comes to that. That'll be her now. Now, come on. Get upstairs and stay out of the way.
Well, see your shoulder. She's a
I'm
good
not
idea.
sure about anything, but I don't see what harm it can do. Now, scoot, go on. Oh, my God. Oh, Mrs. Thornley, come in. I'm Elsie Howard. You didn't have any trouble finding it then?
No, no trouble.
Oh, would you come through? Perhaps you'd like a cup of tea? It'd only take me a couple of minutes to make it.
No, thank you. I'd rather we didn't try to make this any sort of social occasion, Mrs. Howard. You said on the phone you'd information I ought to have about my husband.
Well, not about your husband exactly.
You obviously know I'm in the process of divorcing him.
Yes, that's what I wanted to see about.
I think I'm entitled to ask what your position is in all this. You said you worked with my husband. You a friend of his?
No, I'm not. I'm a friend of Gail Potter's.
Oh, I see.
No, I don't think you do. Not exactly yet. You see, you probably know that I work with Gail in the shop. But what you don't know, probably, is that she lives here, too. You see, I'm a friend, and,
Well, I did know she lived here. It's all in the report.
Report?
I employed someone to watch my husband. He brought a girl back to this house several times. That's how we discovered who she was. It's all down in black and white, very detailed and very revealing.
Probably not revealing enough. Look, I'm trying to explain Gail's position in all this. You probably thought that Gail took your husband away from you. Well, that is not true.
She was out with my husband several times. He took her to restaurants and nightclubs.
She's not denying that.
And she won't deny, I hope, that with my husband she returned to Sylvia's separates at midnight and was there with him till after 2 a.m. It's all in the report and it's all rather sordid.
Look, I'm trying to explain how all this happened. Look, she didn't even know that your husband was your husband. She thought he was single.
I shouldn't think for 1 minute she bothered to ask him. She doesn't sound like a girl who's too particular, according to the report.
That is not being very fair to her. I don't know if you know how old she is, but she is exactly 19 years of age.
She's started breaking homes up young then, hasn't she?
Oh, Chuck, do you know what I've just heard in the Rovers? That Jim Haggerty's out again.
Ah, no.
Who told you?
He did.
What exactly do you want from me, Mrs. Howard?
I'm just trying to explain to you that Gail is not to blame. Legally, technically, yes. But if the truth be told, she's just as much a victim in this affair as you are.
I can't agree.
Look, your husband made all the running with Gail. She never even knew about you, I promise you that. He made a fool of her, he led her up the garden path, and now, to top it all, she's being branded as a homewrecker.
You're not trying to make me feel sorry for her.
No, I'm just asking you to put yourself in her position. She is 19 years of age. Imagine being put in that position at her age. She's been hurt enough.
I know all about being hurt, Mrs. Howard. That's why I want this divorce.
Look, you must have known that your husband was running around with other women, otherwise you'd never have put a private detective on him.
Oh, I suspected him. I'm sure there've been several.
Then Gail is just carrying the can for all these others.
What are you trying to make her out to be, Snow White?
No, but she is not a husband stealer. Look, I know you want this divorce, but does Gail have to be blamed? Look, you're a mother. I don't know whether you've got a daughter or not. But if you have, you must see how easy it is for her to be put in a position like this.
What do you want me to do?
Does Gail have to be named?
She's my evidence. My husband's fighting this divorce. He'll swear black's white, and I need that evidence.
She is being made a scapegoat.
No, I'm sorry. I've only your word that all this is how you say it is. This girl you're at so much pains to defend, for all I know, she's just a little trollop with a liking for married men.
Look, that is not true.
It's
Believe
not
me.
true. I'm not a trollop. I never knew about you.
So you're the one.
I never knew he was married. And I never got out with him if I did.
There's your hard-faced little trollop.
I'm sorry, but I'm not impressed by all this. I've got the evidence I need for a divorce, and that's all there is to it. Now, don't try to pester me anymore, Mrs. Howard, because I don't want to see you. I expect I'll see you in court.
Come here. It's all right. It's all right. Shush, shush. It's all right. Shush, shush. There's a good girl. Shush.
As the ashes settle after Amanda and Neil's wedding fiasco, love blossoms for two other couples in Families after the break.
Banging and crashing round since the flaming crack of dawn.
Who is?
You is, no consideration.
Only making a cup of tea.
That and clonking round your bedroom since God knows what time.
Can't go to love now.
Oh, that would woke me.
You got to be up in half an hour any road. What's the fuss?
That half hour makes all the difference between me being human and me being a monster for the rest of the day. That's what all the fuss is about. What's up anyway?
Couldn't sleep.
Well, dim as I am, I fathom that lot out. I think you're balmy.
Ta.
Yeah, for letting that bitch worry you.
Wouldn't it worry you? Or do you often have visits from wives what's citing you as correspondent in the divorce case?
Co-respondent for the umpteenth time. Yeah, only every other week.
That's not far from true from what I've heard in the past. Elsie, I don't want any more arguments. Just get off me back. I've had enough. More than.
Now, why do you think I was waving the big stick at you? To get some sense into your daft little nut. There's no sense in having a nervous breakdown over this. The divorce is months away. And in the meantime, we'll work something out.
Yeah, we could push her under 97 bus. Or him. Bags me him.
Oh, really? I'm not up to this sort of conversation at this time in the morning. I can't cope with it. Look, I'll tell you what. I'll go back to bed and we'll have a good natter when I come in tonight and sort something out. All right?
Well, she's not eloping because there's no lad with ladder. You going on your holidays?
Trisha's.
You stopping?
Yeah.
Well, buses from here go up through Pendleton to Bury and Whitefield. Trisha lives in the opposite direction altogether.
You can change at Salford. Rita, please.
You had your breakfast?
Why?
Come on. I know where this great best burnt toast in Northern Hemisphere.
I don't want any.
Come on. You've missed bus anyway. Bring to another for 20 minutes, honest.
I'll have a cup of tea.
Right. Tastes like nectar at this time in the morning.
8:20.
Brewing up time?
You've only just got here. You'd think Mr. Fairclough would get here on time, wouldn't you? I mean, we've got a big job on.
It's the army's to blame, you know. Trained him like a robot. We go over the top, but 1100 hours precisely.
Punctuality is the politeness of kings and the working man's bread and butter.
And jam.
And jam.
Oh, he's right, though. I mean, it's been hard enough keeping this contract up to schedule with you as semi-invalid without them two turning up hours late.
Who's this semi-invalid?
Well, you can't do much with that, can you?
Look, he's probably overslept or something. I think I'll nip round and pick him up. Will you be here when I get back?
I can't do much else, can I? Seeing as how my missus has consigned me to Scrappy.
Oh, well, you feel at home, though, won't you? With all the other odds and sods.
He's getting too big for his size 9's, him, you know. Right.
Right what?
I'll show you how much I can't do with this. Semi-invalid, am I?
Able-bodied, are you?
Totally.
Right then. You brew up. Hello. Hey, have you got a job for a one-handed workman? You're on.
Have you seen Gail?
No, not since yesterday. Why, haven't you?
She's gone.
Gone? Where?
Well, if I knew where, I wouldn't be here, would I?
What do you mean, gone?
Gone, run off.
Oh, heck.
She just left me a note saying not to worry. Like as if.
Well, she'd be at Trish's.
Oh, I do hope so. Have you got the number?
Yeah, hang on.
And you'd really no idea you were married?
God's honour.
And you never thought to ask?
Well, I suppose it crossed my mind he might have been.
But?
Well, he'd been having this thing with Sylvia, that's Mrs. Matthews, long before I came on the scene. And I thought, well, if she's going around with him, she'd not if he were married. I might be wet behind the ears, but not a woman like her.
What makes you think a woman like her wouldn't go out with somebody else's husband? She's just the type.
That's sick.
Gail, love, it happens.
And I get dragged into the game for a bit of variation?
All right, don't come over all dramatic and hard-bitten. It doesn't suit you. You had a good time, didn't you?
Did I?
Well, you said you enjoyed him. You said for a few weeks, and I quote, it was fabulous.
So I should be thankful for the good times I had with Roy and accept being cited in his divorce case as part of the price.
By good times, I'm not talking about swanky places he took you.
I know.
I mean, them days, the few times that you felt up there, 3 feet off the ground, special.
Yeah, did make me feel special. More than any fella's done before.
But will again.
I'll not be that easily conned again.
Listen, Gypsy Rose Littlewood's going to make a prediction. In 5 years' time, no correction, in 12 months' time, this'll all be just something that happened.
I can't stop here, Rita.
And where will you go?
London.
Like a million other silly kids. Do you think you'd be any better off there, lonely and broke in London?
I can get a job. I'm not that
Jobs
stupid.
are not that easy to come by, haven't you heard?
I'd heard.
Listen, constructive suggestion coming up. Do you know what you do next?
No.
You go upstairs, take your jeans off, and you get in my bed and you get yourself some sleep, which you badly need, judging by bags under your eyes. They're worse than mine, and that's saying something.
And then?
And then we do next thing. Take life in little bits, instead of big chunks. Only give you indigestion. Okay.
Rita,
Yeah?
you'll not tell no one, will you?
Oh, yeah. I was thinking of hiring one of them loudspeaker vans, you know, with a thing on the top. Better still, Hilda Ogden. She's cheaper, more efficient.
Betty, what was the name of that fishman what fancied you?
Fishman?
Yeah, you remember he fetched your salmon that time.
Bert Goslin. And he was a master fishmonger.
Hey, I thought they only had master butchers and bakers.
And fishmongers.
All right, so he's the highest ranking fishman in the land. Is he still around?
As far as I know. What?
Does he still fancy you?
I haven't the faintest idea. I've not seen him for months. What's brought this sudden interest on?
I just happened to be making this course a little supper for me and this friend tonight.
Friend?
Who doesn't eat meat,
That you're trying to impress.
who does like lobster.
Which does cost the earth, and that's the reason why you're asking me.
If you still have friendly relations with our local friendly fishman, yes.
I've never had relations with Bert Goslin, friendly or otherwise. I've never encouraged him in the slightest.
If you had done, she might have got a free lobster.
Well, I've only got one suggestion to make. Give him tin crab, or find yourself a bloke with less expensive taste.
Hey, I've got less expensive taste. I'll make do with a bacon butty. I've got a night off and out to do with it.
Are you 6'2" tall, with dark hair going elegantly silver at the sides and a voice like Richard Burton's?
No.
No. Neither is he.
Oh.
Yes, love.
Oh, 22, please.
What's up with you?
Nothing.
Well, it don't look like nothing to me.
Look, if you don't want to serve me, I can go elsewhere.
All right. Pardon me for breathing.
Oh, I'm sorry, kid. It's just that I'm worried sick. I have been all morning, and shutting that shop on me own, there's not much I can do except make telephone calls, and all of them useless.
Well, what about?
Oh, it's young Gail. She's got herself in a bit of trouble, and she's run off. I don't know which of us is balmiest, her for running off or me for worrying, and God help me, I am.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Better. I woke up and had a bath. Oh, and I used some of your bubble bath. Hope you don't mind. Oh, hello.
I thought you'd throw yourself in the cup, madam.
lettuce for him, one for him, and a lettuce for him. Radishes for him, and radishes for him.
Give mine to one of the others. I can't stand that stuff.
They're bursting with vitamins.
I'm already bursting with vitamins. I don't need any more.
Bursting with bugs, more like it. This place will be like a flipping compost by the time you lot have done. Have you got no sense? Look at the mess.
Look, they all help, so it's got to be shared in public. Justice has to be seen to be done.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll take his radishes and a bunch of these young onions.
All right. What did you do to help?
A lot. I didn't interfere.
She deserves the lettuce and all for her cheek. Go on, Albert, bust her gut, give something away for once.
Right, well, you can have that. Now, how much would that cost you in shop?
I don't know, I haven't bought one this week.
Well, you go and find out the price of that and you can have it for 3p less.
Hey, you're never charging, eh?
Well, only for price exceeding labour. I'm not making any profit.
Well, I'm not going to lower myself by arguing, but next time I make some of those scones that you're so partial to, Albert Trotlock, don't come sniffing round, unless you're determined to pay for the electricity, the ingredients and the labour.
Hey, Mr. T, that weren't very nice.
Look, I'm running a business, not a charity.
Shall I put kettle on while we're quiet?
If you like.
Tea or coffee?
Tea. I've had about 15 gallons of coffee this morning.
Oh, Elsie, look, I've said I'm sorry. I know I should have told you where I was, but I didn't, that's all.
Look, I'm not blaming you. You were in no state to do anything about anything, but at least you should have had the sense to pick up the phone and let me know.
Don't blame Rita either. She was only trying to help, and she did help.
Well, at least she stopped you from running off. I'll give her that.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure my courage weren't running out anyway. She says time to take risks is when you're feeling fighting fit, not where I was.
Yes, well, I'm with her all the way. Oh, look, why do you think I was so worried about you, you daft little nit? Any other circumstances and you'd packed your spotted handkerchief and gone off to seek your fortune, I would have shook you by the hand and wished you luck.
Yeah, well, I think I'll postpone my search for adventure. I've had enough drama. I just want some peace and quiet.
Yeah, well, that makes two of us. Tell you what, I'll make the tea. You can go to the cake shop and get us a couple of vanilla slices. We deserve a treat.
What about the calories?
Oh, shut my eyes while I eat them and then my stomach won't know. Mrs. Boardman, the trousers, wasn't it? Well, they did come in and I saved your pair. Check, wasn't it? Yes. I'll get you one. Could you hang on a minute, love? I'm on my own. The girls just had to slip out. It won't be a moment. Hello? Sylvia Separate? Oh, Mrs. Matthews. Yes? Oh, yes, in about an hour. Yes. Well, we'll have it ready for you. Yes. Goodbye.
The Queen always had one of them sort, dark blue, you know, with lovely cream lining.
Oh, they're flipping enormous then. Mind you, I think I'd rather have something plain than one of them with little flowers on. I think patterns look very out of place on a pram.
Yes, but you could have a pattern sunshade.
There's nothing looks nicer than pushing a pram out with a sunshade with little fringes on it. Baby with little brown arms and legs.
Peggy, Nick, what we having?
Eh?
A baby with little brown arms and legs. What colour's the rest of it going to be?
From lying in the sun, fool.
It does babies no harm to be outside in all weathers, providing they're well wrapped up. About in fog, you know.
Yeah.
Fog never did anybody any good, especially babies. But fresh air's always healthy, even if it's cold.
I'm going to get one of them canvas sling jobs and hump it round on me back.
You are not.
And it's going to learn from birth how to be a plumber and joiner.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be a plumber or a joiner. It's going to have a profession.
You give birth safely to a healthy baby, God willing, and then you can fight over whether it's going to be a dustman or a king.
Or a queen.
I'll tell you one thing. It's not trolling round in one of them. Overpriced, oversized contraptions.
Oh, I suppose you'd be satisfied to put 4 wheels on an orange box and shove it round in that.
Very good idea, Mrs. Sharples. Very practical.
You think he's joking?
I'm not. Cost of one of them things, you could afford to put a deposit down on a sports car.
And what's more overpriced than them things?
But what's she coming for?
She's coming to bring in some skirts she's got. Why shouldn't she? It is her shop.
You don't think she's coming to see me?
I doubt it very much. Why should she?
Well, she's heard about the divorce.
Technically, the divorce has got naught to do with it.
Technically.
Oh, will you get on with clearing this rail and stop thinking the whole world revolves right between you, Thornley, and his flipping divorce? He doesn't, you know. The whole world is going quite happily about his business.
Yeah, I suppose I am a bit obsessed. Where do you want these?
Stick 'em over there for the time being. What did you do with that box of panty girdles we were going to reduce? Hello, girls. A quiet spell? Well, you could say that. Yeah, these are skirts? Yes, they're first-class line, drip-dry and virtually uncrushable. I'm taking a couple with me on the cruise. They're ideal for packing. Cruise? Just a few days at Christmas, the Canaries and back. I flatly refuse to Christmas at home this year. It's just one long round of entertaining, don't you find? Well, I'll love you and leave you. I have an appointment at 3:30. Roots.
Oh. Is that all?
Okay.
Oh, I mean the skirts. Just the one box, was it?
Oh, I am trying to charm the manufacturer into letting me have another couple of dozen, but it's a bit like getting blood out of a stone.
Oh, thank God for that. We're having kittens.
Well, just get on with clearing that rail.
She doesn't know anything about it, does she? And if she is, she's not saying out. Do you know, I think I'll have another vanilla with my afternoon cuppa. What shall I have in Claire this time?
Well, now I've naught to do. I've informed Bet I'm available for the entire evening, but she slung me a death.
Well, there must be something better to do than prop this bar up every night. So why do you do it then? Well, a bit of company. And same as he said, there's no else to do. That's a bit pathetic, isn't it?
Well, what about you? You're here, aren't you?
Yeah, well, Irene's not a bad lass, but she's better at a distance, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
Well, I live here and I work here. I'm not spending my flipping night off here.
You know what your trouble is, don't you? All three of you.
Go on, give us your expert diagnosis.
You've got no initiative. You're all talk and no action.
Who's all talk?
You have. Terry here suggested that you all took up angling. You got very enthusiastic for about 5 minutes, but did you do out about it? Did you, lie? Frankly, I think you're all going to dogs.
You know, I'd clock her one if I didn't think she'd clock me one back.
Hey, going to dogs. That's exactly what we are doing.
What?
Oh, the dog's dog track. Why did I think of that? Look, first race, 7:30. We'll have a bite to eat en route and then the total limit. So come on,
Well, I have to get
lads.
changed. I can't go like this.
Now, when do we make our first door-to-door delivery?
Well,
then?
the cart's available, Albert. I can change me round.
Now, I've been doing a bit of costing. Now, I reckon if we sell the spuds loose in £3 lots, we'll have to borrow a set of scales off this mate of mine on the market. Now, he won't charge us much, and if I know him, they'll weigh in our favour anyway.
Yeah, well, we don't need no scales.
I can't guess, Albert.
But we don't need no scales because we're not selling taters.
Eh?
At least you're not. I am.
Oh, you've not gone and cut us out, have you?
As far as I can remember, I never did cut you in. And Mrs. Sharples here has come forward with a very good suggestion on this occasion.
Oh, that's very helpful, Mrs. Sharples. What is it?
Well, Albert sells direct to the Derby and Joan clubs. It's still cheaper than the shops, and he's doing a good turn and earning the gratitude of folk in the same boat as himself.
But how does he get the stuff down to Derby and Joan Club? He still hasn't solved his transport problem, has he?
I haven't got one. Folks come to the allotment and pick the stuff up there.
What? Old age pensioners humping great sacks of veg from the canal bank?
Well, most of them have got families and grandchildren that'll help, and Ken says he'll muster some of the lads from the youth club to help them that haven't.
You've got it all organised, haven't you?
Yeah, I reckon we have.
If it doesn't fit, we'll change it, providing you keep the receipt.
Thank you very much.
Ta-ta.
Sure you can manage.
How far on can I go in 10 minutes? Go on, get home and make the tea.
It's not my tea I want, it's a double gin and tonic. Sure, you give me a right day, lady. Just off, Mrs. Howard. Well, yes, it is nearly 6 and Gail's going to stop behind. I've got an appointment. Oh, that's perfectly all right. Gail can help me hang these up, can't you, dear? He did me a favour and let me have another dozen. Oh, splendid. Well, ta-ra. Good night, Mrs. Howard. Well, it is almost 6.
I'll get some hangers and...
Not for the moment. I'd like a word with you, Gail.
Yes?
Well, you've been a right little fool, haven't you?
Have I? What over?
Oh, don't you come the innocent with me, dear. It's a little late in the day for that, isn't it? Roy's told me the whole sordid little story.
Wasn't sordid till his wife came on the scene.
Oh, you mean she should have turned a blind eye to his carrying on with you?
No! I never knew she existed. I never knew he was married. Honest, Mrs. Matthews, that's the truth.
That's not the point, dear. Not the point at all.
me miles away.
I'm telling you, this is near as you'll get. You'll never park near the track that'll be absolutely jam-packed. Now, come on, it's only a stride. Exercise will do us all good. Follow me, lads, come on. Well, I don't... Come on. There, do it. You must be kidding. Come on, Al.
And I suppose it's...
Oi, did you get the lobster?
What lobster's this?
I'll bet it's entertaining.
Can I come? No, you can't. It's an intimate little late supper. You know what they say about three being a crowd? No problem. You keep away. Anyway, it's not lobster. It's cod fingers. Oh, you're right. I mean, if he don't know the difference between lobster and cod, I'd be wasted on him. Cod hurts.
I'd like to go on the doggies with him, you know.
Why didn't you?
Wasn't asked.
It's never stopped you before.
Well, I tried tapping Arilda for a bob or two. It's no good going there with an empty pocket, is it?
Nah, the bookies aren't very partial to that, you're right. What did she say?
I don't know where she learned all them words.
Oh, heck. Seems to be shut.
I'd say so, wouldn't you, Terry?
Well, at a rough guess and without consulting the experts, yes, I'd say that's a pretty fair summing up of the situation, Alf.
I was sure it were tonight. I could have swore it were.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
He drags us all this way for note.
It's tomorrow.
Hey, what do you suggest we do then, Fred? Camp here on pavement for 24 hours?
Well, look, why don't we come tomorrow? I'll switch with Bet and do 7 days at Rovers. You know, now that we all got worked up to it, like. Unless you two can think of something else to do.
Well, I'm not parking 5 mile away again.
Come on, there's a nice little booze up the road. Landlady's a pal of mine.
I bet it's shut.
Thank you. Hey, I were off to see you.
Oh, just been over a wash and freshen up. I'm absolutely jiggered. Give us a large gin and tonic, kiddie. Desperate.
Hey, I was Gail. Has she calmed down?
Oh, you found her then? Well, to be more accurate, Rita did.
What happened?
Well, it's a long story, but it's all right now.
Do you know, if I hadn't had to go out with papers this morning, God knows where she'd have ended up. Just shows you.
Yeah. Hello, love. Just talking about you. What would you like to have? Nice big sherry, but you up.
Ah, you're all right now, aren't you, kid? Between you two mother ends, we've got you sorted out, haven't we?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly.
Well, now, look, we know you've got your problem to face, but that's a long way off, and when it comes, you'll take it in your stride.
Meanwhile, like I said this morning, just get on with today.
It's today I'm worried about. Mrs. Matthews has just given me the sack.
It's the morning after the night before for Sue and John in Families after the break, but does he still respect her? Actually, it's more a case of...
Oh, got out of bed, have you, at last? You know it's 1:30, don't you?
Put the kettle on.
Do you want some of this ham?
No, thanks.
Put that down and come in here.
I'm only gonna put...
I said put that down and come in here. Sit down.
Elsie, I've got a split.
You'll have a
today.
split in something else by the time I finish with you. You do know what you're doing, don't you? You're hitting so hard at Madam Matthews that I'm getting all the good tidings. You do realise that you should have been in that shop this morning working out your notice, don't you? And instead of that, I'm there on my own, answering the telephone calls, delivering men every 5 minutes, and the odd customer.
I'm not hitting back. I just can't face her, Elsie. If you'd have heard her last night...
Oh, I can guess. And what I guess doesn't impress me very much. Oh, come on, Minnie Mouse. She's not to run away from. And that's another question. Where were you running to?
Anywhere away from here. I know my way around, you know. I'd have been in London now if it hadn't been for Rita.
Well, you thank your lucky stars. Some people go daft with nobody caring. Now, come on, get that rabbit food down you. Get upstairs and get your glad rags on, and I'm taking you to work, so prepare yourself.
What regiment were you in? The King's Own Profiteers?
Look, I fought for this land. Now I'm making it pay me back a bit.
Yes, but it's not the land that's paying, it's the Derby and Joan clubs.
Yeah, well, it's not their money. They get an allowance from council.
What they get from the council wouldn't pay for fresh air, let alone vegetables, and what you're charging them.
It's cheaper than what they can get at shops.
And so it should be, and all you should be selling at cost. I bet you it didn't set you back a penny to grow that cabbage, and how much you charging for it?
That's got nothing to do with you. But when you're trying to work out the cost, just remember that there's the price of the fertiliser, and me tools, and me allotment fee. You don't get note for note, you know.
Not from you, you don't. These are pensioners, you know. You're killing your own kind.
Look, you won't be told, will you? Work it out for yourself, but don't forget the allotment fee.
Oh, shut up in there. I can't hear myself think.
One more word out to you and I'll be over that counter.
Hey, she will and all, you know. She's gone bionic.
I have that, love. Secret operation on the National Health at Weatherfield General.
Hey, but your arms are in bed.
This one, cock, have a listen.
Hey, it's chicken. Hang on. It's chiming the half hour.
There's no expense,
I'll
Bert.
finish with you now. From now on, it's me and you, Betty.
Yeah, you know, better off with her, lad. She's gone bionic and all. She does all slow motion bits.
I'll slow motion you in a minute. Yes, Dan.
Hey, get off him, he's mine. As I live and breathe. Stanley Ogden, how's that for eyesight?
What's going on?
You might well ask. $6 million and cheap at half the price.
Can I have a pint?
Betty? What? Pint of oil for Stan and give him the best.
Oh, take no notice. She's having one of her funny turns.
Aye, we're better off with fellas.
Hey, are you coming to dogs with us tonight, Stan?
I'd like to. Gonna make a fortune.
You must be joking.
Right, you're in the syndicate. Give us your tenner.
Tenner?
Ah, we're all chipping a tenner apiece in. Al's the treasurer.
Well, if it's a tenner, I'll have to think about it, you know.
Fred, get your ear to his chest quick. His computer will have started.
Hey, it's going like the clappers.
What the hell's going on?
Were these what you wanted, Mrs. Howard?
Yeah, that's right.
You don't sell fun furs, do you?
No, love.
It were fun furs we were after, really.
We don't sell motorbikes or cobs of coal either.
All right. There's still a lot of new stock to be ticketed, Mrs. Howard. I think perhaps it would be better if you stayed with me tonight.
Yes, I think I better.
I shall be back before you close.
My turn for the push next.
It's no laughing matter, Elsie.
Who's laughing?
Will you two shut that door? It's blowing a rotten gale in here.
It's God's good fresh air, Rita. It's what the likes of us need. Good fresh air, petrol fumes, and a touch of the gasworks.
What are you doing any road?
I'm helping him, aren't I? On account of him being illiterate and only able to read pictures.
Come on, let me find
Look, if I say I've seen it, I've seen it. Look, here it is. HCB pram for sale. Cream and brown. Hardly used. No reasonable offer refused. Apply within. And that's her, Mrs. Within.
Could I have the name and address, please?
Honest.
Well, of course, honest. It'll be a little gem by the time I finish with it.
Hey, does Deirdre know?
Look, I'm the romantic type. I like to give me missus surprises. What I go for, she goes for. Now, come on, be a good girl. Give me that address.
Miss Sunderland. Miss Sunderland. You'd better watch yourself.
Oh, will you do us a favour and belt up?
16 Meadow Avenue. Off Upper Edward Street behind Town Hall.
I live round here, you know.
I knew I'd seen you before.
Ta.
See you.
Does he really think Deirdre will go for a second-hand pram?
Well, you heard what he said. What he goes for, she goes for. They know nought about us, do they? Nought. And let's hope and pray they never find out.
I have still got that bucket under my sink, and you know what they say about constant dripping.
Oh, don't tell me you've not had that leak mended yet.
Okay, I won't, but it'd be a lie. Oh, come on, kid, it's not good enough. It's been over a week since.
Look, we don't know whether we're coming or going with that short-handed. I mean, Ray's only got one he can use for a start, and Len and Terry are down at the sides.
Well, where do you suggest I go?
Leave it with me. I'll see if I can get Ray to do a one-handed job on it.
Well, will you do what you can, kid? I've got enough on my plate without that.
Autumn sales coming up, are they?
Not only that, you've heard about Gail, haven't you?
Yeah, being named in this divorce.
Oh, not just that. She's got the push.
She's not.
Oh, she has just.
What happened?
Oh, love, I'm dropping on my feet.
Well, take the weight off them then.
Oh.
Who was give it sack, Mrs. Matthews?
Yes, and you know what for? Not just for having a good time, but for having a good time with her boyfriend.
Oh, the rotten devil.
Chucky, as much as I would love to stay in this charming little office, I've got to get back to the grindstone. I only popped out for a bite to eat, and I better get back there. Look, if you've got 5 minutes to spare, will you pop round and see Gail? It'll cheer her up a bit.
Hey, hang on a minute. Can she sack her for that?
Well, she has done, hasn't she?
Yeah, but I went to school with this girl, and she got her cards at factory she worked at. I don't know, it was something to do with where she did her hair. Anyway, she went to the industrial tribunal, and they're to give her a job back.
Now, just a minute. There were 1 or 2 rows at Mark Britton's over something like that. No, not the same thing at all. No, I'm afraid Gail hasn't got a leg to stand on.
Well, it's worth trying. You never know your luck.
I tell you, I can feel it in me bones.
It could be rheumatism.
Answer me one question. Did Bet say or did Bet not say? You must be joking.
She never stopped talking.
Yeah, but this was after he was talking about making a fortune. You must be joking, she said. And here it is, first race. You must be joking. It's an omen, isn't it?
Ah, well, I don't go much on these hunches myself.
Well, what do you suggest we do then? Go on form? I mean, he didn't even know when the blooming dog track opened.
Oh, give over, will you, Perry?
Walking it! Oh, I'm sorry, Fred, I never saw it! You didn't flip it, look! Hey, he's coming! Come on! Hey! Take it back what you said!
I'll take it all back, Terry. You're a flipping marble.
Hey, come on, let's meet next winner! Come on!
Hey, I've got another feeling in my bones. Yeah. This is going to be a flipping night to remember.
I'll say.
Look, it's easy when you know how. Look, that is the formula, right? I'll show you it again. A plus D minus B plus C squared. That's multiplied by itself for the benefit of the ignorant.
But what's all these A and B's?
Oh, give me strength. Look, A is the dog's age in months, right? B is the number of letters in its mother's name. Its mother's, mind you, not its father's.
Did he run the race and close the track before you'd worked that out?
Look, with a form book and a pocket calculator, any mug can work it out. I'm telling you, that is a working system. You ask Charlie Lockhart.
Who's he when is at home?
Charlie Lockhart? Only the greatest exponent of dog racing the world has ever known.
And where did you meet him?
Yeah, well, we shared accommodation in Walton, you know. He had this theory about prison grub, you see. He reckoned it was slowly poisoning him, so he gave up his secret just before he died. Well, for a couple of quid.
And he's still alive?
Yeah.
What was he doing in Walton if he was such a little genius?
He got nicked breaking into the bookies.
Trying to get his money back, was he?
Yeah, well, now that you mention it, it could have been that.
Yeah.
Hey, is there Eddie in?
Over here, darling. It's me aftershave, you know.
There you are.
What's that?
Half a dozen papers you never delivered.
I delivered every one you give me.
Not to the right addresses you didn't, because I've had their disappointed readers on the phone blaming me. So off you go, they're all marked up.
Look, can't we just stick them down the Kazi and tell the disappointed readers there's been a newspaper strike?
If you're going to do a job, do it properly, especially as you're getting paid.
Thought you'd say that. Oh, yes, yes. Hey, if I'm not back, don't worry, some woman will have dragged me in.
Don't worry, we won't worry.
It'll be your aftershave, love.
Yeah.
Aftershave smells more like rotting veg to me.
Oh, that'll be a bit off today, are we, Albert?
Mind your own business.
If I wasn't that rubbish at corner, you smell like a produce market on hot Friday.
Lummy neck. You having one?
Aye, heck.
Well, it makes no odds to me, only I just thought I'd share my good fortune with you.
That's what you made your good fortune at the expense of the Derby and Joan clubs. You can keep your drink.
I will blow you then. Give us a rum.
Hey, one more word out to you, and I'll be over that counter and give you tidying of your life.
What's up with you?
Coming in here, shouting the odds at our lady customers, and you ask me what's up? Where do you want him, Mrs. Sharples? Casualty ward at Weatherfield General?
Oh, do job proper. At Hollister's Chapel arrest.
Right. Stand back, you. I'm coming over. Forget it this time. I'll get you a rum.
Well, is the world gone flaming mad?
Three price, please. What do you reckon?
Hang on a second, I'm not the brain of bread, you know. 43 quid a minute.
Hey, 43 quid, that's better than kicking the teeth, isn't it?
And we've barely begun, you know.
Come on, get these down.
I hope you don't mind me interrupting your little celebration. Like they say where I come from, all the world loves a winner.
Lover.
I beg your pardon.
All the world loves a lover.
Now that's what you say, but you don't come from where I come from.
Oh, where's that then?
Where do you take me?
Czechoslovakia.
Right first time. Now, if I may pick so bold as to say you've got a good eye for a dog. Come to think of it, you've got 6 good eyes.
What we don't know about dog racing. Do you know, my old pal? This year marks the 50th anniversary of the introduction of dog racing to this country.
As it happens, sir, I do know. Joe Mooney's the name, owner, trainer, and aficionado of the gentle art of greyhounds.
You got any dogs here tonight?
Only the one, sir. Beaten by a few feet in the last race. Fred's Folly.
Well, then they put a packet on that.
It's a sad tale all round, sir. He's the only dog I got in England, and here he'll have to stay.
Right, going back to Czechoslovakia?
I am, sir. My maternal grandmother, God bless her, is heading for the last few days of a long and a happy life, so it's Castle Connell for me. That's a lovely wee place, on the River Shannon.
And you can't take dog with you?
Oh, not with the quarantine laws the way they are, sir. No, I'm looking for a good home for him. Hey, I don't suppose you'd like to add him to your stable. I mean, you're obviously dog owners yourselves.
Dog owners. No. Hey, I'll tell you what we'll do, though. We'll buy another drink.
I'd be honoured to accept, sir. Sure, it's not every day I find myself in company with the cracks as good as this.
Get him.
Slaunch him.
Good luck.
That's the one I want.
Oh, look at the price.
Yeah, I know it's a big outlay, but if you decide to stick at the one, you can get rid of it in a year or so.
Do folk buy second-hand prams?
Some do. I wouldn't personally, but some folk do.
We're not all the same, are we?
Well, thank goodness for that. Wouldn't it be a boring life if we were? Can you imagine a world full of Albert Tatlocks?
Or Annie Walkers.
Oh. Hey, assuming you were the only girl, who would you like a world full of?
Oh, Biambo. All them fair-haired lads to mother.
Hey, I tell you, I wouldn't like a world full of, and that's Telly Savalas's.
Don't you like him?
No. Funny, innit? Still, you gotta have somebody you're not mad on. Who's yours?
Who do you think?
Oh, come on.
Just like that, forget it.
Yeah, I know, it's not easy.
Elsie's doing her best, but she's working late tonight.
Yeah, I know, she came round to the yard.
Did she send you round here to cheer me up?
Oh, you're in a right mood, aren't you?
You don't know what it's like at that shop.
Thank you. Well, I think we're breaking its back.
I should hope so. It's gone 8:30.
I shall be hiring a new assistant for you as soon as I possibly can. And I mean just that. It might be just as well if I didn't leave it to you this time.
I was quite satisfied.
Yes, I'm sure you were. But then you and I take a different view of the seriousness of some actions.
Yes, we are different, but not in the way you mean. See, I apply the same rules to other people as I do to myself. You obviously don't.
I know the difference between an employee and an employer, Mrs. Howard, which you obviously don't.
Oh, for God's sake, let's stop bickering. The kids learned a lesson.
I am not bickering, and I'm not arguing either. I have made my decision, and I'm not about to change it.
Well, you might have it changed for you if that kid goes to an industrial tribunal, which, well, she might. Then you'll know the meaning of it all. There are laws against wrongful dismissal.
And how much does that little tramp know about them?
Hell of a lot when I've finished telling her.
I think perhaps you'd better get back to work.
62, 63, 64 quid. Winnings.
Better than a prod in the eye, isn't it?
Oh, God, it's been a pleasure to observe your success.
Like you said before, Joe, all the world loves a winner.
That old Czechoslovakian saying.
Now, are you sure I can't interest you in me dog? Ah, no. Hear me out. That dog it's been like a son to me. If I thought he was going into good hands, like yourselves, I'd let him go for a nominal amount, say 30 quid. And I could go home to Castleconnell a happy man. But if I thought he was going to a villain, well, even if I had the money in me pocket, half me heart would be at the bedside with me old grandmother, and the other half would be over here with that four-legged canine. Now you see what I mean.
Oh, aye, we see what you mean. And like all Czechoslovakians, you are a very convincing talker. But you're not convincing enough because we don't want a dog.
No, and we don't want a dog that loses.
But have you asked yourself why he lost? What was he doing up to a few yards from home?
Winning, but he...
but nothing. All you have to do is enter him in shorter races. He eats shorter races.
Well, right now, I could eat him.
Oh, Joe, all we want tonight is have a good time.
Yeah.
And we're having one, aren't we?
Yeah.
Right then. Now, the least I can do is to see you go on having it.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Shamrock Club?
No.
Well, you will before the night's out. Now, it's not half a mile from here, and it's got the best beer and the best company in the whole of the civilized world. For doing me the honor of listening to me blathering, I'm taking you there as my guests.
Right. You're on.
Come on then.
Lead the way.
Any messages for Gail? I don't think so, Mrs. Howard. You know, for somebody that's had her name dragged through the mud, I hate to see it happen to somebody else. The girl's had her pleasure, Mrs. Howard. She's simply paying for it. I'm not talking about the divorce, or talking about Gail either. Suppose she goes to this tribunal, as well she might. What happens if she accuses you of being vindictive and tells why? You know, they're very funny, these legal people. Supposing she says that you sacked her because Mr. Thornley was a friend of yours. What attitude are they going to take to that? You don't know. Or the papers either. You know, they report everything at these tribunals, not like the divorce courts. You're very considerate, aren't you, Mrs. Howard? You think of everything. Yes, well, when you've lived the life I have, you've got to be. Good night, Mrs. Howard. Good night, Mrs. Matthews.
Jolly tars are our men. We're always are ready to stay. Hey, we've had a right good time, haven't we? One of the best. You know, that fella. Joe. I wanted to sell us a dog. How much did he want for it? I can't remember. Fred will know. Hey, Fred!
Come on, my old pal. Come on.
Hey, how much did we give for him?
I don't know, Alpha. My God, it was worth it. He's a good one. Come on, my old pal. Come on.
Anyway, you're all right here.
Great!
Yeah, well, I'll say good night, sir. And pleasant dreams. Oh, and my best respects to your sister. I'll give them to her. Hey, I'll do that, Fred.
God bless you, Mr. Copperfield.
Hey, we've had a right good night tonight, haven't we?
We have that, I'll tell you what, we're going to do it again, pal.
We are, that me old flower.
You're right.
Anyway, good night and sleep tight.
And same to you, Alf, pal. Same to you.
Hey,
She won't mind, you know, Annie.
Annie? Salt of the earth, Annie. Cheers. Salt of the earth. Come on, Fred.
Right.
Good night. Good night, Al. Good night, pal.
Next on Granada Plus, the latest food, fashion and fads from the high street in The Good Life.
Oh, shut up, blast it. Oh, shut up, you'll get me shot. Hey, no more howling. Oh, come on, get this down here. Best steak, this. Do your good will, this. You're a beauty. There we are, look. There now. Are you thirsty? What about on top of this? Pale ale. This'll quieten you down. There you are, look. Now listen, no more howling. Mrs. Walker knows you're down here. She'll give you something to howl about. Me and all, come to think of it.
I'm coming.
Oh, morning, Annie.
Oh, what are you doing here at 8 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, well, I want... is that...
Have you come to see me?
No, I wanted a word with Fred. Yeah, that was it. I'd just like a word with Fred.
Well, I'm not sure that Fred is up and doing yet.
Morning, Mrs. Walker.
Morning, Fred. I won't ask you if you slept well, because I'm quite sure you didn't with that dreadful racket that was going on all last night.
Oh, has there been some bother?
Oh, some dreadful dog was howling all last night. Seemed to be coming from the bowels of the earth. It was like the hound of the Baskerville.
I'm not quite sure I know them, Mrs. Walker. Is he that little fella with the poor wine stain?
I was making a literary allusion, Fred.
It's Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? Then there was the incident of the dog in the night. But the dog didn't do anything in the night. I mean, that was the curious incident.
Pardon?
Oh, don't take any notice of me, love. I haven't slept very well myself. I've been up and down all night. We had a bit of a heavy night, me and Fred and Terry.
We're going to the dog.
We went
for a night out.
For a night out.
Oh, well, I do hope you're not feeling as shattered as I am. Do you know, really, in my view, people who cannot control their dogs should be heavily fined. But I mustn't sidestep you from your mission.
Oh, well, I just wanted a quick word with Fred.
All right, what about?
Well, about the...
I think I'd better get some aspirin. I feel a migraine coming on. Oh, entirely due to that dreadful dog.
Come on, Dale. We're going to be late opening if you don't hurry up.
I don't think I'll go to work today, Elsie.
Why, you're not poorly, are you?
No, it's not that. It's just ever since Sylvia sacked me, I can feel her eyes on me, following me.
Oh, get away. Anyway, she won't be in this morning. She never does come in half day.
She does sometimes.
Well, she won't this morning because she told me so last night. Now, do come on and book up.
Well, what's the point when I'm working me notes? I finish on Saturday anyway, so why bother?
I have an idea that she won't be finishing on Saturday. See, I gave Madam some food for thought, and I think by the time she's chewed it over, well, I think you get your job back.
What exactly did you say?
Well, I just pointed out that if you did go to one of these industrial tribunals, you had a very good case. Also, people might think that it's just rivalry because she sacked you over Roy Thornley.
Did she say?
Oh, wasn't what she said. It was the old-fashioned look she gave me. She knows what it's all about.
Yeah, but I won't go to no tribunal. I'll not have me private life dragged out and stared at, job or no job.
Well, she's not to know that, is she? I mean, she might be hard, but she's not stupid. She's not going to sack you if it's causing any trouble for her, you see.
I don't know why you keep going to all this trouble for me.
No, neither do I, considering there's a sink full of washing up there that you should have done last night because it was your turn.
Ta, love. Now then, yours were a pint, weren't it?
Mine were off.
Yeah, well, I'll be with you as soon as I can, Albert.
Bet, dear, we shall need some more gin before lunchtime is over. Could you bring a bottle out from the cellar?
Mrs. Walker, I've only got one pair of hands and the same goes for my feet. And Albert Tatlock's glowering at me. Now, can't you just go for once?
Well, I suppose I must. It appears as if I bear the brunt when Elizabeth's away. Makes one wonder why one employs stuff in any case.
Something from the cellar, Mrs. Walker?
Gin, said, as a matter of fact.
Let me get it. You know what we said about you trips and up and down them cellar steps? After all, it is my job.
That is Fred's strong point, you see, Bet. He is so very willing.
And so am I, Mrs. Walker. Ready, willing and able. But I have not got magical powers. I cannot be everywhere at once.
No, well, you haven't been round to me yet for a start.
am coming to you now, Albert.
Please don't raise your voice. My migraine is managing very well without your decibels. Yes, dear. Off to the hospital.
No, just on the way home, as a matter of fact. Lunch break. That's why I popped in. I know Ernest wouldn't have had time to make anything this morning, so I thought perhaps 2 of your pies.
Steak and kidney or meat and potato?
1 of each, I think. Isn't it a rush?
Rush? Should be the idea with her.
Oh, I've had a terrific scramble myself this morning. I only have an hour, you see, which doesn't leave enough time to cook anything, and Ernest will have been busy job hunting.
No luck yet.
Not yet, no.
I am sure with a man of Ernest's calibre, it is only a matter of time. The tide will turn.
Well, that's what I keep telling him. Though I'm not as sure as I was that it's true.
Darkest hour, dear, before the dawn.
Yes.
How are things at the hospital? Exacting, I suppose.
Well, it is hard work, but it's rather inspiring, too, when you see some of the patients bearing their troubles so bravely.
Mind you, Bet, all the fortitude is not confined to the hospitals. Now, despite my migraine, I really feel I ought to have a little nourishment. Do you think you could try to manage while I just nibble something light?
Bet.
Yes, Fred.
Gin, look.
Right.
Put the pie in there, love.
He's not having any.
Look, will one of you 2 make his mind up? Is he having another pint or not?
Of course I am.
Oh, no, you're not. You said you was just having the 1 pint and then you was going to get them windows in Kitchener Street polished off before your dinner. Now, them were your very words, now. Just going to wet your whistle, you said.
Well, I haven't wet it yet, have I?
Ooh, you don't just wet it, do you? You blooming well drown it.
Have you both finished?
Look, give the half in there. Is that all right? An half?
All right, then. And I'll have the other half.
She's smarter than you, Aston.
Oh, you only just found that out?
Hello, love.
You'll have to ask Fred
Fred, give us a pint, will you? I've been gagging all morning. Hey, Fred, whatever possessed us to buy a flaming cow?
It weren't so daft, mate. I've been thinking about that. We've got a good one there. We'll do all right with him.
Oh, what do you know about dogs? Hey, hello, love.
Fred, do you happen to have moved a tin of steak that I could have sworn was on the kitchen table last night?
Somebody nobbled your late-night nibblings, Mrs. Walker?
Well, Fred.
Well, as a matter of fact, I did move it, Mrs. Walker.
Good. That's a tiny mystery solved. Where'd you put it?
I ate it for my breakfast.
You ate a whole tin of steak for your breakfast?
Well, I'm feeling just a bit peckish, you know, from last night. I didn't have a proper meal, so I just downed it. I hope you don't mind, Mrs. Walker.
Oh, no, I don't mind. If that's what you wanted. No, I don't mind.
I don't know how you could face it after what we shifted last night. You ate a whole tin of steak for your breakfast.
Did I? That's like I give it that dog dinner.
Oh, I see. Hey, where have you put him?
He's down in cellar.
You are? I thought you said you were going to shift him.
I daren't go to that cellar, Ed, Alf. Every time I go there, Annie Walker springs out of the woodwork. It's been nerve-wracking here all morning, Alf. Nerve-wracking.
Why the heck you're making heavy weather of that?
I'm not my best this morning, Mr. Fairclough.
Oh, come here, let me do it. What were you drinking last night? Wood alcohol?
Hey, how was your night out at Dogs with Alf and Fred? Oh, it were great. It must have been. I wouldn't be feeling like death warmed up this morning.
You won a few bob then, did you?
I've got a feeling we all won a few quid. The only trouble is I didn't have it on me when I woke up this morning, so I don't know. Unless I give it to Alf to look after for me or something. Yeah, or some bird wheedled it out of you, eh? Has been known to happen to innocent young chaps, hasn't it, Len?
I've heard such tales.
I don't remember no birds. I remember this little Irish fella, though. He had a greyhound. He took us to this strange club he knew for a late taste. He was trying to flog us, his greyhound.
all right for you young bachelors, you know. It sounds like a real good meat.
Oh, it were. It feels terrible.
What you want, mate, is the hair of the dog. Seldom fails.
Yeah, 2 hairs. Never fails.
Could go pie and all. Couldn't face me breakfast this morning. Now Irene didn't put me any butties up.
Talking about me, Terry?
No.
You were. I heard my name mentioned. What was it?
He was saying that your lilting voice makes it a pleasure for him to wake up every morning, darling. He's always singing your praises, you know.
Oh, yeah. I've come to borrowing for half an hour if it's all the same to
You
you.
can have him all flaming day for all the good he's been to us this morning.
I'm not surprised. Coming home in the middle of the night, tiddled.
Coming home what?
Tiddled. And don't deny it.
I'm not gonna deny it. I thought I were a lot worse than that.
Anyway, I want you looking after the shop while I go out on business.
I thought you were looking a bit all dolled up.
Don't be so cheeky. I'm going to see my solicitor, as a matter of fact. Come on.
We were just going to Rovers for a pie and a pint, weren't we, Len?
The Rovers will be there when you get back. Just remember, a shop pays no wages. Let's have you.
See ya. Charcoal.
Hey, Fred, give us another pint, will you? Have one yourself.
I'll think I will.
Well, I think I'm starting to pull round now. Now, if we just get rid of the you-know-what from the you-know-where before you know who finds it.
Well, I cracked it. Where do you reckon's a good place?
Well, I'd love to have him.
That's it settled, then?
Yeah, I can't, though, can I? I mean, I'm working all day. No, it'll have to be Terry Bradshaw. I mean, they've got that yard at the back, and there's Rennie there to keep an eye on him.
Well, that's it, you see. The very highly strung dogs, you know, grounds. Pal of mine had one. Used to pine for him every time he went to work. It's the only reason he got married, just to give the dog a bit of company. Yeah, bucket of crisps.
Yes. I rather fancy a glass of my specialty. I think there's a bottle in the cellar.
Well, I'll go if you like, Mrs. Walker. We've gone quiet now.
No, it's all right. Don't trouble. I'll do it.
Hey, Fred! Cellar!
Mrs. Walker!
Oh, that's done it.
Why didn't you tell me?
I did tell you!
You've gone mad.
Look, I think I'd better get back to work anyway.
Hey, look, hang on here. It's as much your dog as it is mine.
Yeah, but
Oh, Mrs. Walker!
Oh,
Look what I found in the cellar. Come along.
Oh, it's
Graham. I know, probably what kept me awake all last night. How it got in my cellar, I cannot imagine.
Well, I'll swear it's not come past me since we owned. Hey, I wonder if one at Draymen left trap up. What do you reckon, Fred?
Oh, it's theoretically a possibility.
Well, I'll have a word with them. They ought to be more careful. Come along, boy.
Don't do that. You try stopping her.
Off you go. Find your master. You know, in the licensed trade, sooner or later you lose your capacity for surprise.
I'll just go down and see if it's cleared.
I'll give you a hand. Where is he?
It's gone.
Well, I can see that. That's flipping marvellous, isn't it?
Tell you what, though, Alf. It just shows it must have a fine turn of speed, that dog.
Oh, well, that is a great consolation, that is. You realise it's 30 quid's worth of our money that's gone whizzing off at high speed? Fred's folly.
That's 70, 80, 90, and 10's a pound. Thank you. Ta-ra, love.
No, that didn't take long, did it? Been busy?
Right, I'm off then. Well, how's about a quick thank you?
Your family, you don't need a thank you. Anyway, where are you rushing off to?
Catch Len and Ray off, have a drink or something to
I
eat.
could make you a sandwich. I've plenty of corned beef. I don't know. You spend all your working life with them two. I can't think what you want to spend your dinner hour with them for. Anyway, do you not want to know where I've been? It's to do it shop.
Oh, big deal. See you later.
We're going to be an off licence, and don't drink too much. I don't know. It's no interest in business, that one. I don't know what I'm struggling for.
Hello, are you Mr. Bradshaw?
That's me. Who are you?
Mr. Fairclough said I could have all this wood for my bonfire.
You're collecting bummy wood already? You're a bit early, aren't you?
Aye. Oh, and he said to give you a message. Him and Mr. Langton, they've gone on ahead.
Oh, right. Yeah, you can take your pick out of that lot.
Ta.
We've lost it.
Annie Walker slug it out at Rovers. We've looked all over. Nothing.
It vanished off the face of the earth.
Puzzler.
Hang on a minute. Do you mind telling me what you're on about?
Fred's folly.
That dog, that greyhound one we bought last night. What's the matter with you?
We lashed out all our money on a flaming greyhound. So that's where money went blooming out. We must have been paralytic.
Now, to sort, it's a very valuable dog. 30 quid. Anyway, we've lost it.
Well, I haven't lost it. I didn't even know we had a dog to lose.
Well, that's a stupid thing to say.
Who you calling stupid? You lost dog.
Look, standing round here arguing the toss isn't going to find that dog. Now, if you want your share of it, you better come and help us to find it. Now, come on.
Right.
I've had no dinner.
Is Ray in?
Rovers, I think.
Oh, heck, I must have missed him. Are you going there?
No, I'm going looking for a greyhound.
Oh, ask a silly question. Hello, what are you up to?
Collecting wood, miss. Me bonfire, miss.
Don't keep calling me miss. I'm not your teacher. It could be embarrassing in my condition.
Miss?
Forget it.
Hey, is it alright if I borrow that pram to take me wood home?
What pram? That pram. Yeah, I suppose it's all right. Matter of fact, you may as well keep it. I don't think it's any use to us.
Thanks, miss. Smashing.
Come on, Fred's Folly. Come on, boy.
It's daft shouting that. I'll not answer to a daft name like Fred's Folly.
Come on,
Have
Fred.
another name like Rover or something.
Come on, Fred, boy. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Come on, boy.
Folk will think we've gone crackers talking like that.
You know, we're wasting his time.
I've been saying that for the last 10 minutes.
No, I mean, we're wasting manpower all sticking together. We ought to be looking separately. Look, I'll go down Gas Street and see if he's gone near the abattoir. I mean, happen the smell of meat will take him that way.
I missed me brekker this morning, you know, and I still haven't had me dinner.
Yeah, Fred, you go down Jubilee Terrace and have a look round there.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and you go down Rosamond Street, and then along Canal Street, we'll see you near the canal. You know, near the Red Wreck.
All right, but listen, I can't remember out about what happened last night. I'm not sure I recognise this blooming dog, even if I see it.
How many greyhounds do you think there are knocking about here, Ted? Don't talk so flaming wet.
Who you calling wet?
Hey! Oh, you two. There's plenty of time for argy-bargy afterward. Just think on, there's 30 quid's worth of our money roaming around loose. That's £7.10 a leg. So get cracking.
Oh, hello. Oh, what's all this then?
It's self-explanatory, Mrs. Ogden. You only have to read it.
Irene Bradshaw of Coronation Street. Apply to the licensing sessions to be held. Sale of intoxicating liquor. Hey, you're putting in for that off licence.
Bullseye, first time, Mrs. Ogden. That'll be 53 pence left, please. What can I get you, Mrs. Ogden?
Yeah. Well, I think I've left my oven on, Chuck. I'll pop back.
Do you know there's half a page of jobs here and not one of them any good for me? Well, me any good for them, come to that. Situation's vacant is right.
You're not in the dough queue yet, and I have a feeling that you won't finish on Saturday.
Oh, I can't see it, Elsie. You're wrong this time.
I wasn't wrong when I told you she wouldn't be in this morning, was I?
Yeah, but this is different. She'll not back down about sacking me.
Who's talking about backing down? That sort don't back down. They extricate themselves. They disengage themselves. They think of number one and pretend they're doing you a favour. I tell you something. If she does give you a job back, and I think she will, she won't be doing it for your sake. She'll be doing it for hers. Hello, Elsie Hard. Oh, hello, Mrs. Matthews. Yes, as a matter of fact, she's here. Would you like a word with... Oh, I see. Yes. Well, shall I tell her that then? Yes, I see. I will. Goodbye, Mrs. Matthews.
Well, what did she say?
What did your Auntie Elsie tell you then?
I'm not fired.
Undue consideration. We feel that Gail's inexperience deserves one more chance. You've got your job back, kid.
I'll see you. Wonderful.
Aye, this time.
Well, Bet, I think we're over the hump, as they say.
Yes, I thought you were looking brighter.
I don't mean that, no. We're over the peak of the lunchtime rush. I think we've done remarkably well, considering everything.
Thanks for the compliment.
Unfortunately, my migraine's fading. Only those who've had it, you know, can comprehend it. Interestingly enough, do you know that some of the most eminent people in history have suffered from it?
It must be a consolation to you.
It is.
Mrs. Walker, have you got a minute?
Will you serve Mrs. Ogden, Bet?
Oh, wait, no, I'm not here for drinking purposes. I'm here for warning purposes.
Warning? Warning whom, Mrs.
The
Ogden?
minute I seen it, I said to myself, what a blow for Mrs. Walker, I said.
And what exactly have you seen, Mrs. Ogden?
Oh, you've not heard then? No, I thought you wouldn't have. They say news travels fast, but it's not always true, you know. And in this case, it's not as though it's had far to come, neither. Only down the street.
Mrs. Ogden, would you kindly come to the point, if there is one, instead of this interminable beating about the bush?
Well, I was trying to break it to you gentle. It's that Renee Bradshaw. She's put in for an off-licence.
She has threatened that before, Mrs. Ogden.
Oh, she's done it. Applications up on her front door, bold as brass. Irene Bradshaw, etc., for the sale of intoxicating liquors. Intoxicating liquors. It's funny, isn't it? You don't think of a light bottle as intoxicating liquors, do you? Because that's what I normally drink, you know, a light bottle.
But I'm afraid my migraine's coming on again. I shall just have to go and lie down quietly in a darkened room.
Thank you very much, Hilda. You just got me at Mug's job, coping on my own again.
Well, you can't blame me. If Annie Walker wants to have a funny turn, she'll have a funny turn. Go on, give us a light bottle. Some folk would have stood with that, you know, for being helpful, but not here. Oh, no. And I tell you, if I don't get a bit of civility, I shall have to start getting my intoxicated supplies at the corner shop.
That's exactly what Mrs. Walker's worried about, you know.
Oh, well, she'll just have to get used to it then, won't she?
She won't, you know. I mean, she might be taking this lying down now, but that won't last.
Hello, love.
Hello, look, what you having?
Fizzy orange, please.
Hey, is Terry down the yard, look?
He was, but he went off with Alf and Fred. Something about seeing a man about a dog. Oh, and there was a little lad there collecting wood for a bonfire. He said you give him go-ahead. Yeah, well, I locked up and saw him off. Oh, and I let him have that beat-up old pram to take his wood home in.
You what?
I let him take his wood home in that decrepit old pram.
That was for baby, I'm doing it up.
You must be joking. That old wreck?
It's not an old wreck, I'm just stripping it down, that's all. You'd not know that, pram.
You won't now that she's given it away.
Paid a fiver for that.
Well, your crackers, Langton. For a start, I'm not carting my baby about in an old wreck like that. And for another thing, you've no right throwing money away on rubbish.
It's you wants to throw money away with your daft ideas about expensive prams.
Look, let's get this straight. My baby is not going around in anything second-hand.
I'll have that pram as good as new when I've done it. I'm going to get it back.
Look, you're wasting your time because I'm not having it.
Look, you don't even know where that kid lives, do you?
No, but I'll find him.
Oh, you...
Oi, while you're looking, find flaming Fred G for me.
Any luck?
Not a sausage. Not round at Knacker's yard.
Nothing.
Well, we'll just have to keep on looking. It's a very valuable dog, that. In case you two have forgotten, when we get him trained and race him, we'll make a lot of money out of him. You'll see.
When we find him.
If we find him. I've got a feeling something terrible's happened to that dog. Wouldn't be surprised if it'd been hit with a car or something. I wouldn't be surprised if it's at the bottom of that canal now as we're sitting here.
Will you give over? Greyhounds are clever, fast. Wherever he is, he'll be in one piece.
Ah, but where the hell is he?
Well, somebody could have... That's what's happened. Somebody's taken him in.
Aye.
Somebody's got him.
Aye, but who?
Anything else, Mr. Tatlock?
Yeah. I want a tin of that dog meat.
I beg your pardon?
I want a tin of that dog meat. I've seen it advertised on telly, and it doesn't sound so bad.
This luncheon meat's very nice, Mr. Tatlock, and it's very reasonably priced for what it is.
Oh, well, I don't want any luncheon meat. I just want that tin of dog meat.
Well, if you insist. Are you a bit hard up, Mr. Tatlock? I mean, are you finding it a bit hard to
No.
make
Just mind your own business.
Sorry I spoke.
Any look, Terry?
Not a smell. You?
We're miles away now, you know. Flaming greyhound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I better get off to work. I'm going to be late otherwise.
I'm late already.
Hey, shall we have another scan round dinner time?
Well, do you think there's any point?
I don't. It's gone, hasn't it?
Look, are you sure you went down Lower Bank this morning?
I went down there at 7:30.
Only you don't seem too enthusiastic about finding
I'm just
this dog.
facing facts, Alf.
How much is that dog in the window? The one with
And you can shut up and all.
Morning, gents. Why don't you try Bloodhound? No, on second thought you might lose that and all. Ta-ra.
Everybody's a comedian.
Look, we'll have one last try at dinner time. All right, Fred?
Right.
He'll be miles away.
There's a good dog. Enjoyed that walk, did you? Did me a world of good. Oh, you want some more, eh? Well, you've got a good appetite, you have. I don't know where you put it. You're only about as far through as a railway ticket. Go on there, that's it. There's a good dog.
It's too late to sharpen your sword when the drum beats into battle.
I'm not sharpening my sword. I'm going to work.
Exactly. Half an hour late.
What's half an hour?
You'd soon know if I were your boss, me lad. No danger. Putting that daft dog before you work. I'm sorry, Mrs. Ogden. It's just a little family altercation.
Oh, yeah, we all have them, Chuck. Some more than others.
Anything else, Mrs. Ogden?
No, that's all for the moment, thank you.
You couldn't see your way, could you? It's my petition in favour of an off licence. It'll help me when I get to court.
Oh, do you know, I never noticed what with Oh, you've got quite a few names already, haven't you?
Yes, I've not done badly to say it's only been there a day. Well, less really. I only put it there yesterday dinner time.
Oh, I see Dolly well, but now to Preston Street signed it. Didn't know she could write. She couldn't when she left school. She's too lally, you know. Oh, never been the same since she got frightened by a Yank one night in the blackout, so they say.
Did he?
Well, she reckons he did. Her head warden found her running down Bessie Street screaming, but I reckon she had hysterics because he didn't.
Still, they all help.
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Will you not?
Well, I'm in a funny position, aren't I?
Are you?
Well, I mean, we're working at the Rovers. Oh, don't think I'm against you having a licence to sell intoxicates here. Oh, no, I'm all for it. Well, I mean, what do I do if I've got friends in of an afternoon and we fancy a drop of sherry with the Madeira sometime? It's very nice with a bit of cake, is sherry, you know.
Is it?
Oh, yes. Well, I couldn't get one at the Rovers, could I? Because they'd be shut. On any road, I reckon a bit of competition would do Annie Walker good, wake her up a bit. Still, you do see my position.
I thought that's what you were going to explain.
Well, I mean, working for her, I can't very well support the opposition now, can I? If she was to find out, it'd be the chop for me, quick as lightning. Ooh, she can be a very ruthless woman, can Annie Walker, you know.
Oh, yes, I forgot. I'm sorry I asked you.
Still, it is only names you want, isn't it? I mean, for the numbers, like. It don't matter who writes what.
Oh, I think they have to be genuine names.
Oh, this is genuine, all right, Chuck. In fact, I think she's more genuine than I am. Blooming sight's happier, and that's a fact. Right, ta-ra, love. Hello, Ogden. How's the infirmary?
Still going strong.
Oh, just as well, eh? For them what want somewhat taken away in a hurry.
You wouldn't know if there was somebody by the name of Hilda Crabtree, would you?
Oh, that's Mrs. Ogden's maiden name, Crabtree.
She's not as daft as she looks, is she?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a bit late, Mrs. Walker. Matter of minutes, but I got detained in the corner shop by Rennie Bradshaw.
Not a matter of minutes, it's a matter of half an hour.
Yeah, 30 minutes, like I said. She wanted me to sign a petition.
What petition?
Petition for the off licence. Wanted me to sign it. What, I said. And me all but Mrs. Walker's right hand, I said. Ooh, not on your Nelly, I said. Be like treason. I'll make a start on the ladies, eh?
Means business, our Irene, don't she?
A petition, indeed. Anybody would think she was trying to save an innocent man from the gallows instead of promoting tuppence halfpenny off licence.
They can be effective, though, petitions, can't
I doubt it. A long list of Tom, Dicks and Harrys, half of which don't even know what they're signing for. What possible effect could that have on the court of law compared with the facts, every single one of which will support my objection? There is no local need for an off licence. I have given an adequate service for more than 30 years. Her premises are in the
And
same
Mrs.
street.
Walker says she gets a lot of names. Say hundreds, all saying they want an off licence. Surely that'll make them sit up in court.
I'm going to have a word with my solicitor.
And Mrs. Walker, why don't you start your own petition? I mean, we get a lot more customers than she does. Not quite the same class of customers, mind you.
Look, sulking won't get you your pram back.
I'd have made a right good job of that pram.
It was too big. We don't want one that big. We want one we can make into a carry-con all.
I might even have taken a sprog a walk myself in a pram like that.
You'll be taking it for walks, whatever sort of pram we get.
Don't count on it.
Look, what sort of a father are you going to be?
What sort?
Yeah, one that admires from afar, like as far as the rovers, or one that actually does things like bathing it, taking it for walks, changing its nappy.
Well, we'll have to see, won't we? I might not take to that sort of thing. Some fellas don't, you know.
They don't because they don't want to. There isn't something in our blood, you know, that says we have to bath babies and you don't.
Conditioning, darling.
Ooh, you really are a male chauvinist pig, aren't you?
Might prove you wrong, if I can get that pram back.
All right, you've persuaded me. Talk about women nagging.
There you are, you see. That's something we're conditioning to. Flaming nagging, because we get such a lot of it. Of course, women can't stand it.
The little lad that took it, I think he said he lived in Moseley Street.
Hey, you coming for a pint, then?
Yes. Yes, I am now. TTFN.
MCP.
Coming for a wet then, Terry?
No, I've got to finish this off.
I should flaming think so and all.
Hey, if we see your dog, we'll tell it where you are.
Hey, fit.
Sorry, mate, I can't get away. Mrs. Walker's got some on. I've got to hold 40 here.
Well, where's young Terry?
Search me.
Oh, what a carry on. You better give us a pint.
All right, Al.
Well, I've been better, Albert.
No, well, I've got no grumbles at the minute. It must be this nice summer we've had. It's very nice to be the sun, you know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, same when you're in trenches, you know. No matter how low you are or how scared, the minute sun comes out, you feel better somehow. You can't beat a bit of warmth.
No.
No, it's like I've always said about warm countries. They don't need as high wages as we do. I mean, it doesn't cost them as much to live. They've no eating to worry about. They don't need as much grub.
You've got a point there.
Hey, you never guess what I've got at all.
Probably not, Albert.
Right, well, I'll tell you.
Give us 3 pints, bet, and Oggy's paying. I'll do, Alf.
Hey, how you paying, Stan?
I wouldn't have been having another stride down the street. They're around the corner, gone the flying horse.
So?
Why do you lot say I don't stand me corner? I'm always getting me hand down.
It's because you're not as young as you used to be, Stanley. I mean, 5 years ago, you'd have been round that corner like a shot.
I'm going to reckon how much I spend on you lot.
Wouldn't pay the rent on a dog kennel, Stanley. Take my word for it.
Here's another one with his face on his shoe tops.
See what happens if you bark at him.
Oh, get lost.
Couldn't be better. So many friends to give us a good send-off.
What's that, Annie, love?
A petition in support of my objection to Miss Bradshaw's proposed off-licence. You will sign it, won't you? As one of the cornerstones of these premises. You too, Ray?
Can cornerstones, Ray?
Of course I'll sign it, love. Anything that doesn't cost me money.
Ah, that's a fact.
What's that, Mr. Ogden?
He'd sign anything. He signed the corner shop one.
Thank you, Len, for your loyalty.
With friends like Oggy, who needs enemies?
God, thumping blood.
Don't take the mickey out of me. I've got me pride.
Hey, do you hear that? Oggy's got his pride. I always thought it was his stomach.
I'll belt up.
Oh, hey, all right, lass. Better late than never. I got stuck at work. Look, Freddie, you sure you can't come?
Hang on a minute. I'll see Mrs. Walker as soon as I get a chance.
Look, I still think it's a waste of time looking for a flipping dog. I think we should report it to police or something like that.
What dog?
Look, they're not going to look for a lost dog. Have you seen the crime figures lately?
What dog?
What about the RSPCA then?
No, I think our best bet is to go have another good look round.
Oh, blooming heck.
Well, it is worth a few quid, Terry, if no tells.
Yeah, what dog are you on about?
It's a greyhound we've lost. We bought it last night at the track, Terry and Fred and me.
What colour is it?
Well,
Like sort of a mucky white.
Aye.
And it's valuable, you say?
It is to us.
Well, have you thought about putting it in paper and offering a reward?
Good idea, Mr. Tatlock. I was just going to suggest that myself.
Good idea to save us legs. Mine, any road.
Yeah, well, it might work as a vote. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, that, Albert. Yeah, Tar. Do you want another drink?
I don't mind.
Give him a rum, will you, love?
And me a pint.
Oh, blast and set fire to it. I never could do cheese on toast. Flaming toast burns before that cheese melts.
Yeah, it's one of the facts of life, that. Like never getting the price you thought for a second-hand car.
Since when did you sell a second-hand car?
Not me. My daddy's always selling second-hand cars. No, I tell a lie. Third and fourth-hand cars. He reckons he's winning, but he started with a 1974 Capri and now he's got a 1970 Victor, so how's he winning?
Speaking of your father...
Oh, Elsie, not again.
Well, it's better coming from you than him reading it in the papers, isn't it?
It might not get in the paper.
Oh, it will. Divorces always do. They make popular reading, you know, better than funerals.
Yeah. Well, I'll take a chance on it not getting in the paper. Anything rather than tell me Dad. He'll go up the wall. His little girl cited as co-respondent. He had a minor heart attack when I started wearing eyeshadow. Why do fathers always expect the daughters to be such little angels?
Yeah. Oh, the sons, such little devils.
Yeah.
No idea.
Because we're not, are we? Angels, I mean.
No, and I tell you something else, you're not either. A cook. I don't think you've even boiled an egg since you've been here.
No, I'll admit it, cooking's not my strong point. Our domestic science teacher at school used to say my toad in the hole had the consistency of a pyramid.
And so is this cheese on toast. Here, get that in your gob and watch your molars.
Anybody at all?
Now, what does he want? Come on in, Albert.
You don't happen to have such a thing as a bit of thick string?
How thick?
Fairly thick.
Have a look in that drawer.
Thank you.
What do you want thick string for, Albert?
Never you mind.
You're not thinking of doing yourself in, are you?
No, I've got too much to live for. No, this will be all right.
Well, take it then.
Right, thank you.
You wouldn't like a piece of cheese on toast, would you?
Oh, thanks. I don't like the look of it.
Charge you by that word. Charge you by the word, not the letter. You can just put Timmy
Good afternoon.
Hello. I wondered, do you by any chance sell wine by the glass?
Wine by the glass.
Yes, any kind, really. Red, white, rosé.
Oh dear, you know, you really have caught me napping. Yesterday, last night even, I could have obliged, but they have simply drunk me out, not a drop in the place. Some on order, of course, but that's hardly any good to you.
No.
I wonder, might I suggest a glass of cider? Not quite vino, of course, but very refreshing.
No, thanks. I'll have half a bitter, please.
Very good.
Pardon?
My bitter.
Ah, that'll do. Lost. Valuable ground. Timid disposition. Last seen in Coronation Street area. Reward.
I don't think we should say valuable, Alf. Well, if somebody finds it and they know it's valuable, they might keep it or try and flog it.
Well, if they do find it, they'll expect a big reward.
Ah, right, I'll take valuable out then. Yeah. It isn't anyway.
Well, he is. He might be another Mick the Miller, him.
I bet you live from one fool's coop to the next, don't you, Fred?
I do, 2 or 3 quid a week.
Yeah, I thought so.
Well, who's going to take it round to Gazette office then? Me? Better get moving then. I'm late again, Mr. Firkle will give me what for.
Hey, is it this you're looking for?
Where'd you find him?
Hot red Rick.
I've been there umpteen times.
When?
Well, about 10 minutes since.
You've got to look at devil, Mr. Tyler.
Hey, hang on a minute. You've had him all the time, haven't you? All that time when you were telling us to put an advert in the paper offering a reward.
Prove it.
You old...
Bye-bye.
Said hello. I've not seen him in here before.
Isn't that the dog I found in my cellar?
Hey, I do believe it is, Mrs. Walker.
3 quid. 10% of his value, and that's all you're getting.
Well, it won't cover the cost of dog.
What, in 10 minutes? Come off it, Albert. Not even if it was a St. Bernard.
Alf, would you kindly get that dog out of here? Now, as you know, I put it out myself once.
Will do, Annie.
Where are you going to take it?
I'll keep him at home, won't I? Well, he's going to be safe. Come on, Fred. Come on, I'll take it. Go on, stick him in the car.
Miss Bradshaw?
Yes, that's me.
I'm from Robson and Renshaw, Simon Lodge, article clerk. Mr. Robson asked me to call and see if you've thought of anything. Well, anything else that might help your application. How's the petition going?
Well, not doing too badly. There's about 20 names already. No, I don't think there's anything else.
Oh, I've just been in the Rovers.
Oh, yes. Did you meet the enemy?
Think I must have done. An elderly, posh sort of lady.
I hope she didn't hear you call her elderly. No, she couldn't have done. You still got your head on your shoulders.
I did some detective work.
Oh, yeah?
Asked for a glass of wine, not a drop in the place.
She never has.
She said she was temporarily out of stock.
She's a liar.
Yes, well, from the look of it, I'd say it was chiefly a beer pub.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Robson will probably make a big point of that in court.
He'll only be telling the truth.
Right. Well, the more names, the merrier. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're in Rovers, him.
There's the clerk from the solicitor's office. Do you know, I'm beginning to feel very confident about this application.
We've got Fred's folly back.
Have you?
Well, don't sound so chuffed about it.
Do you know, I think people who own a greyhound, or even part of one, shouldn't be living on licensed premises, which these are going to be. It's a form of gambling, and that's not allowed.
Don't toss a flipping wet. I'm gonna work.
I've told you, you'll get your marching orders if it causes any trouble. See if you like living in a kennel with it.
Hello.
Hello.
There.
I thought you didn't approve.
I thought I didn't, but I've been giving it some thought. All dinner time, in fact. What difference is one more off licence going to make, for goodness sake? All this opposition to drink and gambling and sex and such like, it's just a smoke screen. Why don't we concentrate on the real evils like greed and cruelty, terrorism? The list's endless. Your off licence, Rini, hardly amounts to one grain of sand in the great desert of evil.
Very confident indeed.
Come on, Fred. There's a good boy. Go on, this way. Come on, Fred. Come on. Whoa! Fred!
Oh, blood and sand.
Mrs. Howard, I felt sure as one of my oldest, most valued customers you would want to add your weight to my little effort to teach Miss Bradshaw a lesson.
But less of the oldest, if you don't
You know,
mind.
when you come to think of it, she really has got a nerve, hasn't she? Hardly been here a minute. Already she's threatening an old established business like mine. First time I saw her, I said to myself, that woman is the pushy sort. You did say it, son, didn't you, dear?
Yes, I suppose so. I don't suppose there's out I can't get at the Rovers that I can get in the off licence. Except it's cheaper.
What about you, Gail?
Oh, I don't think I should be signing petitions on the consumption of alcohol, Mrs. Walker. Me being so young and innocent. I mean, cross your heart and hope to die. Do you really approve of me being in the Rovers, even though I am old enough?
You come in often enough like most of your contemporaries.
Gail, answer that door, will you, love?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Howard.
Do you think you really will stop her?
Of course I shall. The Rovers is the Fort Knox of these parts. It's unassailable.
Someone else with a petition, Elsie?
Mrs. Walker?
Miss Bradshaw? Too late, I'm afraid. You have heard of the early bird. Thank you for your support, Mrs. Howard.
Am I really too late?
Gail, I'm neutral.
Can you see a big black cloud over my head?
Oh, hello. You is it? Come on. You'd better come in then. Missed me, did you? I thought you would. Come on. Here. Have a bit of fried bread. Don't you want it? Well, I don't know, and I thought you and me were mates.
I don't know. One minute you're yelling at me for being late, next minute you're buying me pints in working hours.
Look, I don't mind you skiving in here. That's completely acceptable. What I object to is you going chasing flea-bitten greyhounds all over the place when you're supposed to be working.
Yeah, well, I won't be doing any more chasing, will I? Hey, Stan, you want to buy a share in a greyhound? Going very cheap.
I wouldn't mind a share in a racehorse, you know, sport of kings.
Yeah, I've always fancied that, Stan.
Too, why don't we all club up and buy one? I can just see myself in owner's ring at Ascot.
There's no point.
Why not?
Because you can't buy a flaming racehorse for 50p. That's about all you lot have got between you.
Well, you're worth the bomb. You must be. All them pies you've got your fingers in.
I'm as poor as the two-bob watch me.
Get out, you liar.
Right, you lot still here? Ooh, I reckon if somebody sprinkled you with a watering can, you'd take root.
Listen who's talking. You know what his favourite song is, don't you? They're building a bar 5 miles long.
50 miles long, actually.
Well, did you get it?
What?
That pram you're going to nick back off that poor kid.
I forget it.
What happened?
Nothing happened, forget it.
What happened?
Wouldn't the kid let you have it back? Did he threaten to thump you then?
Oh, me.
Ray?
They're into pram anymore.
Why not?
Because he turned it into a trolley, a summer sledge or something.
Best end for it.
I just see myself pushing that pram.
Oh, come on, I'll walk you back to work. I'll even link arms with you.
Hey, I better be off and all. Hey, come on, don't make a meal of it.
Give us a chance, I've only just got it in.
Down you. Hey, do you want my autograph?
I thought I had it.
So's Annie Walker.
Is it right? Len sign both?
Yeah, and 1 or 2 more, I'll bet.
Well, I'm going to say it. I don't believe in petitions. Let the world do what it's like. It's my motto.
And what if they were pulling the Rovers down, Stan? Wouldn't you sign a petition to stop them?
They'd build a bigger pub, wouldn't they? Pub land is sacred, like churches, you know.
Yeah, I didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't. Still, Stan's an expert on these matters, aren't you, love?
Oh, yes, aye.
Well, Rini, what do you think your chances are of getting a licence?
Do you know, I'll tell you when I've had a lager. I don't reckon much to service in this pub, do you, Terry?
Any other criticisms of this establishment, Miss Bradshaw?
Not offhand, Mrs. Walker, no.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Lager, you said.
That's right, love.
Hey, we just had a fella in shop that had a complaint to make about this place, Mrs. Walker.
Indeed, and who was that?
He was from Reenie's solicitors. He says he'd come in for a glass of wine and he didn't have any.
He must have been that young chap I said I'd not seen before, Mrs. Walker.
I know precisely who the person was, Bet. So you're employing spies, are you, Miss Bradshaw?
Spies?
Yes, spies. Sending people into this house to snoop. What are they if they're not spies? Are there no dirty tricks you won't stoop to get your own way?
I never sent anybody in.
I rather think you did. And if you're sending strangers in here to do your dirty work for you, I'd really rather you didn't come in yourself. Miss Bradshaw won't be requiring that, Bet.
I don't think you can ban her, Mrs. Walker, unless you've got a good reason.
Don't you? I could ban you if I wanted, Mr. Bradshaw. Now, if you would kindly leave.
If she goes, I'm going
It's
north.
all right. There's no need for you to get involved, Terry. Just one thing, Mrs. Walker. You try coming in my shop.
You've just declared total war, Mrs. Walker.
I'll say.
And about time, too.
More drama next on Granada Plus as the action centres on Mike, who's posted a letter with some distressing news. He's about to get the shock of his life when he discovers an addition to the Christmas present list.
Having a bit of difficulty, are we?
It's blooming seized up, is this, inside and out?
It's the Rusters does it.
Who put this flipping thing in anyway? You or Mr. Fairclough?
The rumour has it it was Bonnie Prince Charlie. Goes right back into the mists of history, does that bit of plumbing.
You won't chuckle, mate. Where's Deirdre? Down at infirmary?
Yeah, that's right.
Not wrong, is there?
No, they're a bit like cars, the women, when they're pregnant. They have to keep going in every couple of 1,000 miles for a checkup.
Oh, flaming Emma!
Oh, I don't usually have that effect on fellas. 2 hours, what's the matter, love?
The sink's a bit blocked up.
We want to get a plumber to that.
Why didn't we think of that?
Terry, you don't have, Paul.
You don't have to tell me, I flipping know.
Oh, I should go home and get cleaned up if I were you before your best friends start talking behind your back.
Yeah, we'll see you down the pub later on then. Hey, we will see you down the pub, won't we? Or will your Reenie have something to say about that?
It's not to do with our reading where I do me supping.
Oh. Hiya.
Hiya.
Still ticking in there, is he? Little Raymondo.
Snug as a bug in a rug.
Smashing.
There is one thing the doctor said, though. I'll have to get rid of my bike. I mean, it's not very clever riding bikes when you're pregnant.
Is it not?
So you know what that means, don't you?
No.
I'll just have to be chauffeured round for a few months. Hey, it's not all bad news being preggers, is it?
No.
How do you mean, gone?
Just what we said, he's done a David McCallum. Vanished.
I thought you were going to lock him up in your shed.
Well, I never got into his shed, did I? I mean, he bolted when he got out of the car.
Missed his way as that dog. They should have called him Fred's Folly. Should have called him Ronnie Biggs.
Where have you looked?
We've looked everywhere. He's really took his hook this time.
What's up, lads? You look as if you've all just been called up.
House lost flaming dog again, hasn't he?
I have not lost him, he bolted.
What, white and black with ribs like a scrubbing board and a leg on each corner?
That's it, have you seen him?
Well, I wouldn't swear to it, like, but I did see someone answering that description being taken in by a certain gentleman of this parish not 10 minutes in when I were coming past.
What gentleman?
Well, no names, no pack drill, but he does go in for flat caps.
Right, come on then. There you are. Get stuck into that. Right. Does that lot never feed you? Come in.
Albert?
Oh, it's you lot.
Well, it's not Curly, Larry and Mo.
Oh, I don't know.
What's he doing here?
Where's he come from?
What do you think he's doing? He's stuffing his face. This dog is very hungry.
He's supposed to be hungry, Mr. Tatlock.
What do you mean, supposed to be?
Well, you know what I'm saying about being hungry fighters being best fighters? Well, it's the same with dogs. They run faster if they're not bloated.
Oh, so that's your little game, is it? You half-clemmed this poor little animal so that you can get a few quid on him.
He's not half-clemmed, Albert. He's well looked after. We know what we're doing.
Oh, well, that's a matter of opinion, that is. But I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to get yourself locked up if you let him run loose. He's not a blooming poodle, you know.
He's not running loose.
Well, he's here, isn't he? And it's not first time.
Yeah, only because he bolted.
Well, he's bound to if you don't go and take the trouble to see that he can't. Right, well, what's it worth this time?
What's what worth?
Well, we're finding the dog for you.
Must be joking.
I never joke about money.
Only you didn't find him, did you, Albert? He found you.
Look, this dog was running loose round the street, wild. If I hadn't brought him in here, there might have been a very nasty accident.
You want to get yourself a job as a dog catcher, Albert?
Oh, yeah. Well, look, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you off the reward this time.
Thanks very much.
As long as you see me right for the grub that he scoffed.
Nobody asked you to feed him, Mr. Tatlock.
Nobody asked me to pull him from under wheels at milk float, but I did, didn't I?
All right, well, how much?
Well, I'll leave that to you. But when you're making your minds up, just remember, will you, that it's all as old age pensioners can do to keep body and soul together these days. Come on, mate, we'll go for a walk.
5 bob.
Well, I think that, as they say, is that for the moment.
What?
There's Douglas on the telephone.
Douglas?
My dear friend Douglas Cresswell at the brewery.
Oh, yes.
I have the full backing of the brewery over this off-licence. Unfortunately, Douglas himself won't be in court because he's likely to be in Marbella.
Oh, dear.
He is letting us have one of his most brilliant young men from the legal department to be in court and to protest on our behalf.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Anything wrong, Elizabeth?
No. Oh, well, it's nothing to do with me, Mrs. Walker.
No, if you have something to say about it, please say it.
Well, I don't know. Well, maybe it is me, but... Well, I think life's too short, really, for all this fuss over nothing.
I hardly think that my future livelihood can be dismissed as nothing.
But your livelihood's not being threatened, now is it, Mrs. Walker? I mean, it's not going to... You're not going to lose 4p a week off what we take, having that off licence down the street.
It is a question of principle, Elizabeth.
Yes, Mrs. Walker.
And in any case, I do think it was unforgivable to send that person round here to spy on me.
Ah, yes. Now, I'm with you all the way there, and I really am. Now, that just wasn't on. Still, it is going to make things a bit inconvenient for you, isn't it?
Inconvenient?
Yes, you know, I mean, with her barring you from the shop like that, I mean, it's going to be much more awkward than you barring her from here. If you see what I mean. And I mean, it is quite a trek, isn't it, to that supermarket? You know, on Fosdyke Street.
Oh, I don't know. The ban, after all, only applies to me. It doesn't apply to members of my staff. Cheers.
Cheers.
A drink? That's right, you've said them big brown things with froth on top and an handle.
Where exactly are you going for this drink?
With the lads.
Where with the lads?
Well, you know the lads, there's only one place the lads ever go, isn't there?
You mean you'd go in there after what she said to me?
Well, try and see it from my point of view, Rini. I mean, I haven't got much choice, have I?
Oh, you mean every time you walk towards the Rovers, your feet take over and you automatically walk in whether you want to or not?
No, nothing like that. It's the lads, and it's the only place the lads ever go. Anyway, I'm sure you can appreciate Mrs. Walker's point of view.
You what?
Well, I mean, it were a bit mean, weren't it, getting somebody in to spy on her?
Just whose side are you on?
Nobody's. I mean, yours, of course.
It sounds like it.
I mean, listen, Rini, it was a bit of a mucky trick, admit it.
Just a minute. It was him that idea to go in there, not mine. But I'll tell you one thing, I'm very glad he did after what she said to me.
Morning.
Morning.
Nice morning.
It looked a bit like rain to me.
Oh, yeah, well, I suppose it does get a bit variegated, the weather this time of year.
What can I get you?
A tin of that chopped ham you had on special offer last time I was in.
Oh, I don't know whether there's any left or not. Terry, go round back and see if there's any more before you go wherever you're going to.
All right.
Never better.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Me order.
Oh, thanks. Ooh, Expecting visitors this weekend, are we?
Your
order, it's twice as big as usual.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes, I'm stocking up a little bit.
I see.
Yeah. Well, if you get it ready, I'll pick it up later.
Righto.
Stocking up. They must think you come over on the last boat.
Is there anything else?
No, thank you, not for the moment. Still on, is it? This little squabble you and Annie Walker have been having?
Which squabble's that, Hilda?
Oh, come on.
It's a professional difference of opinion. Mrs. Walker is on one side and I am on the other. There's nothing personal about it.
Yeah. Well, that's what Mohammed Ali said, wasn't it, when he boxed that Carl Foreman? Still didn't stop him trying to knock his head off, though.
Mavis, never had you down as a dinner-time drinker.
No, to pick me up, really. My back's breaking.
Oh, dear.
And I'm here as a protest as well. Oh, Betty.
Yes, love.
Can I have another half a shandy, please? Deirdre.
Oh, yeah, I'll have a lager, thanks.
Right, I love it.
Right, what are you protesting about, anyway?
Overwork and underprivileged.
Oh, that's always good for starters.
No, but one of the paper boys hadn't turned in again. And whenever that happens, Rita automatically assumes that I'll step in and take over. Well, I've been humping papers around all morning. So when I finished, I told her straight. I said, I'm having a lunch break, and that's that.
Oh, Mavis, you don't mince your words, do you, when you get your paddy up?
No.
Mavis, drink. Hello.
Hello, Elsie.
Hello. Fancy seeing you here. Well, if you don't know what I mean, Chuck, I'm sure I don't know what I mean either. Yes, Terry.
Hello, Mr. Walker. Could I have a pint of bitter, please?
Yes, of course. Do have this with me.
Oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Walker. What can you
30 or was it 40? I can't quite remember.
What?
Pieces of silver, or was it pints?
You on your bumps feeling paying that kind of a money for a dog, you know?
Well, you've got to speculate to accumulate, haven't you?
It'll prove to be an investment with that dog.
But it hasn't flipping done anything yet, has it? It didn't even win the night you bought it.
Oh, you know how that was, don't you?
Oh, yeah, of course we do, because it's got 4 left feet.
Oh, now to sort. It's because it was a 500-yard race. Now, shorter races are his strong point.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Mooney told us that.
He told you that, did he?
Yeah.
Can I give you a bit of a tip, then?
Go on.
How to get a greyhound round the corner fast.
Go on.
Put a bit of lead in its left ear.
And how do you do that?
With a gun.
Highly comical.
Get away.
Can you blow on it?
Hello.
Hello, Eddie. What are you doing here, then?
Well, it's my good deed for the day. Stan's glass back's cracked again and I'm standing in for him.
Oh, I see.
What's all this then?
Yeah, well, this is my good deed for the day.
Oh, aye.
Yeah, it's a sort of unofficial play group we run sometimes. Say the mums dragging their kids round the shops.
Hey, it's a good idea, that.
No, not today it isn't. The girl who usually runs it didn't turn up, so Muggins here got landed with the job.
Uneasy lies the head, eh, Squire?
You can say that again. There you are. Grab that one then.
Telephone call for you in the office.
Oh, well, would you like to keep an eye on the travel for a few minutes for me then?
Ken, I'd love to, but I'm meeting Ernest in town and I'm 15 minutes late already.
Okay, well, tell him I'll ring them back in a bit.
Is the town home?
I'll look after them for you if you like.
Oh, would you, Eddie?
Well, you know, yeah.
Okay, just a couple of minutes then.
Well, don't worry, Squire. Like I used to say to my old teacher, it's better than working, isn't it?
I'll pick that up with you some other time.
Hello. What are your names? I'll tell you what. My name's Uncle Eddie. You have to tell me your name, and I'll count to 3, and then you tell me your names, eh? 1, 2, 3. I couldn't hear that. Couldn't hear that. We'll try it again. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's smashing. Well, I know all who you are now. Hey, I'll tell you what, do you like stories?
Yeah.
Shall I tell you a story? I'll tell you what, I'll tell you the story of Ellie the Welly Thump. Do you know what a Welly Thump is? Well, really, in the start of the story, you see, Ellie was an ordinary elephant and she was brought to the docks because someone had left the cranes out all night. And do you know what? Someone had left them out and they'd all gone all rusty. Isn't that terrible? So, they brought Ellie to lift all the cargo, you see. So there she was. And Scouse Fred, now, Scouse, do you know Scouse Fred?
No.
Don't you know him? Well, he's the jumbo keeper from New Brighton, you see.
Hey, what a happy set of little faces, though. You lot ought to get together and form a
A glum club.
It's not to be funny about Betty.
Isn't it?
No, you're looking at three stooges that have just been sold a pup.
Oh.
Hey, it's not stopped him coming in, I see, the ban.
Is there any reason why it should?
Oh, no reason at all. I suppose his money's as good as anybody else's in here.
Right.
Just like yours is over the counter at the corner shop, whether it's somebody else spending it for you or not.
I beg your pardon.
On you this time.
Pardon?
What are you hinting at, Hilda?
Oh, I'm not hinting anything. After all, what you do with your own money's none of my business, is it, Mrs. Walker?
No, but that consideration does not usually deter you.
No, but it's a matter of principle, isn't it? I'm sure if I'd been banned from a shop, I wouldn't be seen dead putting my brass into their hands. Me and Stan may not have much in life, but we do have pride.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you very much.
Well, what have I done this time?
When I asked you to get a few things for me at the corner shop, I did at least think you'd be discreet about it.
Well, what the heck do you think I did? Walk down the street with a banner across my chest saying, "This order's for Annie Walker."
Hilda Ogden has just informed me that she knows you were buying those things for me.
Perhaps she's put two and two together. I mean, she was in the shop at the time.
So?
So, if all of a sudden I double up on my order with a few little extra things that I wouldn't touch with the barge pole, it's not going to take Kojak to know what the rest of the order's for. I mean, Hilda Ogden's no fool, you know. Neither is Rennie Bradshaw.
Ellie, when she was on the docks, right, she wouldn't lift anything. And Scouse Fred, he was the jumbo keeper from New Brighton. He said, well, you'll have to do something, Ellie. There's enough people standing round here doing nothing. So Ellie said, I'm not putting my nice clean feet in that mucky Mersey. Well, Scouse Fred didn't know what to do. And do you know what happened next? Well, just down the other end of the docks, there was a welly chucking competition, you see. Do you know what a welly chucking competition is? Do you know what? Well, they all chuck Wellingtons, you see. Anyway, there was one of them. And all of a sudden, a great big welly came flying through the air and it hit Ellie right on the nose. Boom! Like that. And Scouse Freddy didn't half laugh. He laughed so much he laughed his socks off. Hey, and he had great big boots on at the time, so that wasn't easy, was it? So, that gave Scouse Fred an idea. He thought, I know what I'll do. And he nipped off and he got 3 more wellies. So Ellie, you see, now there she was, standing there, you see, like that. And Scouse Fred came back with 3 more wellies and he put them on her feet. And so now she could stand in the water without getting her feet dirty. Wasn't that smashing? And she was the happiest elephant in the world. And do you know what they called her? They didn't call her an elephant, they called her a welly-thump. A welly-thump, because she had all these wellies on, you see, and they all lived happily ever after. Now, did you like that? Yeah. I can't hear you. Did you like that? Yeah. Oh, try it again. I think I'm going blind in me deaf ear. Did you like it? Yeah! Oh, smashing.
That was very good, Eddie.
Well, the kids enjoyed it anyway.
They certainly did. And so did I.
I take it you just come from the Rovers?
Oh, you noticed, did you? I was leaning a bit to one side, like.
Am I right in assuming my little brother's still in there?
Now, Rennie, you shouldn't ask me questions like that. I'm very fond of your Terry, and I'm the last one to drop him in the cart.
Fellas.
Oh, yeah, well, don't be too hard on him. You know, fellas are like that. They can't help it in that set of circumstances.
You reckon so, do you?
Yeah, well, you know, fellas, they're a bit like dogs, really. You are? Well, you know how a dog have a set routine every day. They go to the same place at the same time. Well, fellas are a bit like that at heart. See, your Terry's been going to the Rovers every day, same time, to see his mates. Now, if they set fire to the place, he'd still be going there at the same place at the same time every day. Isn't that a fact, Stanley?
Hey?
Oh, I was just saying, fellas are a bit like dogs at heart.
I don't know about fellas, but I know about women. Now, Stump.
No, Stanley, not in front of Rennie. She's had a very sheltered upbringing.
Mainly in air raid shelters.
Ta-ra, see you again.
Ta-ra,
Stanley.
Now then, Stanley.
When I came through that door, I had made what I wanted. Now it's gone.
Well, try going out and coming back in. It often helps.
No, it's me back, you see.
You're back?
Yeah, I can't concentrate, you see.
No, you won't be able to do.
Just my flaming luck, too, isn't it?
What?
It couldn't happen on a weekday. Had to be a weekend, didn't it?
You know what's wrong with that animal of yours, don't you?
You've told us already.
It's out of condition. It's too fat. Take it for walks. No, walking isn't enough.
Of course it's not. It gets enough of that when it's racing.
It needs a trainer.
If you hang on a minute, I'll slip round the main road, see if I can spare us a couple.
Not that kind of a trainer. A mechanical trainer.
What's one of them?
Well, you get a bike, right? Right. You take the seat off, okay?
Could be painful, that.
No, I'm being serious now. You take the seat off and you get a couple of metal prongs about the same width as the handlebars, and you weld that onto the place where the seat was, okay?
What's that give you?
Stability, because you're going to turn it upside down and stick it in the ground, okay?
Then what do you do?
Well, then you take the tyre off the back wheel and the inner tube off that. Then you get about 300 yards of string and a rabbit skin, and then you've got it, haven't you?
Got what?
A flipping greyhound trainer.
Yeah, oh, thank you, Betty. I'll get these, Eddie. It's the least I can do after what you did for me this morning.
Cheers.
Cheers. You know, you've really got quite a talent for it, haven't you?
What's that, supping?
No, storytelling.
Well, I didn't get much from me man, but I did get that. Gift of the gab. You know, at school, I always fancied myself as a writer, really.
Oh, why didn't you pursue it?
Well, I did, sort of. I went to the English teacher. I said, I fancy myself as a writer. He said, there's only one thing wrong. You can't write for toffee.
See. Anyway, I'm very grateful.
Anytime. I like kids, you know. I don't think people devote enough time to them.
Well, that's certainly true of the kids around here. Not the toddlers, perhaps, but certainly the older ones.
The latchkey kids, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. You know, there's nothing actually organised for them, or not organised specifically for them.
Well, that's your job, isn't it, Squire?
Partly, yeah, but you can only do so much, you know, and I don't think the youth club bit's the answer. No, what they want something new, something like an adventure playground.
Hey, that'd go a bomb round here.
Yeah, that's right, and there's a place to do it, round the back.
Well, what are you waiting for, then?
The usual thing, official approval. They've approved the plan, they've approved the site. I'm just waiting for the paperwork to go through the machinery, you know, and the money.
But why wait?
Eddie, everything we do has to have official approval.
Look, you go through official channels, I'll make a start on my own.
Doing what?
Well, getting the kids to collect stuff, you know, stuff they like playing with, like old tyres, bangers, that sort of thing, you know. But why not? I mean, if it's going to happen eventually anyway.
You know, Eddie, there's no reason. All right, you're on.
Right.
Eddie, the stuff that you do collect,
As if.
Well, I'm not really sure, Deirdre. Maybe it's an answer to all your problems. No more slogging round on foot.
I'm not even sure I can ride a bike. I mean,
It's like swimming. Once you can, you never forget.
Well, £5, did you say?
You'll never get a better offer.
Well, can I try it first?
Yeah, of course you can. See, I'll just get it out of the office. Well, I'm sure it were here this dinner time. I brought it in myself just in case it rained. Where the heck can it have got to?
Hey, are you sure this is going to work?
Of course I am. It's an authentic reproduction of an idea from a mate of mine over in Wigan, a dog owner. Now, you know what to do, don't you, Alf? Pedal like mad.
Right.
Are you right then down there?
Right!
Ready where you are.
Right.
Let it go.
Contact.
Let it go, Teddy.
Great.
That's it. Come on, Fred. Come on, lad. Come on.
Alf, here's another fine mess you...
Well, the idea's all right. It's a
the
flaming
idea's
dog.
doesn't work, does it?
Did the dog see it first?
What were you doing, Sonny?
Were you holding on to it?
Are you sure I let it go?
Great steaming Nick.
What is the point of having that going like... Oh,
Go and get Fred.
try it again.
Where is it, Denny? What's its name?
Oh, don't say it's done a bump
Fred?
again.
Fred! Come on, Fred!
You looked for him, Sonny. You lost him. Hold that, mate.
Marvellous.
Hold that.
Hours I've spent
Hold
on
the
this.
bloody thing.
Go on.
Well, don't
Wait
let
a
it
minute, wait a minute.
go.
A minute, it's twisted.
Here and there, England and Australia are the settings for our drama serial on Granada Plus. Families in a moment, and Moira and Alan make Sue an offer. Can she? Is she going to...
and get it nicked. Look, you go out collecting, you come back, and some hard case from them flats has liberated the lot, hasn't he?
Yes, shut up, you!
Hey, you, knock it off, the pair of you. Now listen.
But we'll have to make a start sometime, won't we, Eddie?
Of course we will, but by then we'll have a big sign, won't we, saying Adventure Playground.
Yeah.
Now, come on, the pair of you.
All right, OK, you've made your point.
No, I haven't made my point. If I'd made my point, you'd be agreeing with me. I mean, if you just told me, if you just said, Deirdre, I'm taking your bike and I'm turning it into a machine to train greyhounds, God help us.
But we agreed you'd finished with it because of your condition and that.
Yes, we agreed. So I told Mavis she could have it. Correction, buy it. For £5, 5 smackaroos.
You should have told me.
How could I tell you? You never give me a chance.
All right, well, just calm down. It's only a bike.
It was only a bike till you got your hands on it. No, it's not just that, Ray. I mean, I felt such a fool. I mean, you do these things, you go getting me in a state, and God knows I don't enjoy rowing with you.
Is that a fact?
Beg your pardon?
I said, is that a fact? Oh, all right. Well, what do you want me to do? Apologise or what?
I'll tell you what you can do. You can get that flaming bike back and you can put it right.
There I say, Terry. It's taken to you, Mr. Tatlock, as folly.
And they don't just take to anybody, you know. Greyhounds are very particular. Aristocrats at Dog World.
Well, what do you want?
Well, look,
I can guess.
We wouldn't bother you, but...
You know the Alf are looking after him? Well, Alf brought him round to the shop this morning for me to look after because he's going to be out all day. And Irene says we can't have him because he's an health risk. So I took him round to Fred at pub and Mrs. Walker took one look. You know how Mrs. Walker can look.
So you want me to have him, is that it?
Well, just for today, yeah, initially.
Yeah, we'll pay for his grub, you know. You won't be out of pocket. You might make a bit extra.
Extra? And what extra will I make out of it? Except a bit of extra work. You know, you can't ignore dogs like this. They need a lot of attention.
Ah, they're very sensitive, them thoroughbreds.
Yeah, I know, they're like folk. Only I don't get a chance to be sensitive.
Look, see how you do with this. If this isn't enough, let us know, eh?
Yeah, but I haven't agreed yet. I haven't agreed to have him. Never mind terms for his care and nourishment.
Well, look, I've got to be getting back to Rovers.
Yeah, and I've got some timber wants marking up. Look, if you don't want them, will you let us know, then we can make alternative arrangements.
Right, well, this'll do for his care. I'll let you know about his nourishment and how much that costs.
Oh, get off that. Behave yourself.
Yeah?
All right, mate. How are you doing?
Why?
Great. Look, is it all right if Darren and me take some of this old stuff, timber and stuff, off your hands? For the Adventure Playground, like? Well, it's not my idea, it's Ken's, really. I'm just clerk of works, you know.
Bog off.
Yeah, well, before you make any definite decision, like...
Quiet! Get off that. Now you, take your pet vandal and get lost.
Oh, come on, Ray. Don't be such a miserable swine.
You call me a swine, mate, I'll alter the shape of your chops. Now, I've told you, bog off.
I thought you said you had contacts. Ah, come on.
I'm not sure that the committee will be altogether happy, you know, Ken. About Mr. Yates, I mean. I don't want to seem a Jeremiah, but one does wonder.
And what does one wonder, Emily?
Well, whether he's the right man for the job. Whether the responsibility, you know.
Well, what do you think?
Well, the children do seem to have taken to him.
But
He has led a somewhat unorthodox life.
he's been in prison, you mean? If we don't do something soon for the kids around here, stop them smashing and pinching things, that's where most of them will end up. Now, Eddie knows that. He's on their wavelength.
Oh, I'm sure he's on their wavelength. I just wonder if the committee will understand that.
I just wonder if the committee will understand anything.
Stanley, the very man I'm looking for. What can I get you?
Eh?
What can I get you?
I was just going to get some fags.
Say no more. Have them.
Oh, thank you very much. What do you want, Eddie?
Well, it's in the nature of a request, really.
Request?
Yeah, but a request with a difference. I am giving you, Stanley, the opportunity to do something very, very worthwhile.
Something illegal?
Stanley, I'm talking about helping people. Not you, not me, underprivileged kids.
Oh, well, Hilda's left me a bit short, you see.
Stan, all I want is your cooperation. Now, I've been asked to start this adventure playground across the road, and various people have been very kind in giving us planks and bits and bobs. Now, my problem is getting it from there to here. Now, I was wondering whether I could actually borrow your car.
My car?
Yes, for half an hour. An hour, top whack. You see, the thing is, I've got to round up the gear and get it over here. I mean, the kids can't do it, they're only nippers.
Hey, well, you take care of it, won't you? I mean, I can't work without that, you know.
Stanley, what can happen to a cart in an hour?
That's what's worried me. All right.
Stan, you'll feel all warm and glowing in a minute. Yeah. Especially as you're helping others, and especially as it's kids.
Aye. I'll tell you when I feel glowing. Hey!
Well, it's not that I want any animosity, I don't. But you've got to think about the business. I mean, you can't just nuddle under, can you?
I think you're very brave taking on Mrs. Walker and the brewery. I'm sure I'd just give in.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Oh, I would. I'm sure I would.
Not if it's something you really care about. You'd fight just like I'm doing.
Well, it must be nice to feel so strongly about something. I wish I could.
Rita reckons you give her hell.
Oh, not really. Bye.
Hey, bye-bye. Reed, lend us a quid till tomorrow. I have to give it to Fred G-Tots, keep it dog, you know, food and whatnot.
Look, you can have these. I'm not lending you any more money this week.
Thanks a lot. Hey, you do know about that fella in the street, do you?
Which fella?
Little fella going around with a petition getting folk to sign it. I think it's something to do with you wanting an off licence.
He's doing what? Hey, you! Come in here a minute. How long has it been there?
I don't know. Well, see you later. How do?
What exactly do you think you're doing?
My card, madam.
Walter Jenkins, director. Waddle?
No. WADL, Weatherfield Anti-Drink League. My name is Walter Jenkins. I am the chairman of the said association.
And what exactly is that?
It is a petition, madam. A petition to the licensing justices, setting out, by way of a preamble, the dangers and evils of alcoholic liquor, and going on to oppose specifically and vehemently the proposed licensing of the shop premises known as number 15 Coronation Street, in the name of R. Bradshaw, Miss.
Ah, and who put you up to this? Annie Walker, I suppose.
Our committee is unceasingly vigilant. We will not stand by and see young innocents lured into sweet shops such as this.
It's not a sweet shop.
And there to be confronted by the blandishments of the brewers? Call me Victorian, madam. I have been called far worse.
I haven't called you anything. Yet.
Do you know what proportion of crimes of violence, up to and including murder, are caused under the influence of alcohol? Are you aware of that statistic?
Not offhand, no. But I can't think that's got anything to do with me flogging the odd bottle of pale ale. I'm sorry.
It's no good being sorry, Miss Bradshaw. Pontius Pilate washed his hands and said he was sorry.
Yes, well, I'm closing now, so just take your rook, all right?
It's not too late, you know. It's not too late to withdraw your application.
No chance. You can witter on until you are blue in the face, but I am not interested.
Yes, but will the magistrates be interested? Because I'll be there, never fear, opposing you a devilish design every step of the way. And when Walter Jenkins makes the promise, he keeps it. Good day to you, madam.
Let's hear the chap called Harry Hewitt. He used to have a greyhound. No good, though.
Oh, so Len was saying. But there's greyhounds and greyhounds, isn't there?
Oh.
I mean, they've got to have the training, and they've also got to have the pedigree to go with it.
Oh.
Oh, you take Fred's Folly there. I won't be all surprised to find his granddad weren't a champion.
Yeah, I bet his grandma were a champion poodle.
Ah, you're waiting to find out, mate.
Listen, mate, the only way you're going to get that animal to win a race is to nail it to the electric air.
Aye, when he does, you'll be as sick as a parrot, won't you?
Hello, Mrs. Walker. How did you get on? Oh, fine, dear, fine. I was perhaps just a shade abrupt on the emergency stop. My poor instructor banged his nose on the windscreen.
Mrs. Walker, Don't sound as though that instructor of yours is very much cop.
No, it was my fault. I went down on the brake pedal too soon. My lightning reflexes, you know. No, actually, he's a marvellous instructor. But I do think he's taught me all he can. I think from now on what I need is practice.
Well, if you can borrow a car, I'll take you out, you know. £10 an hour?
Well, thank you, but no, Mr. Ogden.
Well, Alf will give you a few driving lessons, won't you, Alf? He's got a car.
You are.
Would you, Alf? How very kind.
Well, I'd be glad to, Annie, you know, but it's a bit difficult, like, you know. I'm on shifts and I've got this dog to look
What
after.
dog?
Well, it's just a dog.
Oh, no, Fred's taking care of that. Haven't you, Fred? He's got Albert Tellop to look after it.
Has he? I didn't know.
Now, what sort of time? Today, for instance?
Oh, well, I'm working right up till opening time.
Well, that's all right. I mean, my staff can hold the fort. Shall we say 5:30? Splendid.
Hey, fancy you letting yourself get conned into that. She'll be after you every day, you know. It's all she thinks about is driving.
It was his blooming idea.
What did I do?
Hey, have you asked him yet?
All in good time, love.
Well, Alf's over there. Why don't you ask him now?
Well, I'd rather not just at the moment.
What are you waiting for?
I'll have a word with Fred in a minute.
What's up with Alf?
Well, he's a bit upset, you know.
What about?
Hey, I'll have a word with Fred. Fred, and that bike will give you a train folly.
Oh, what a waste of time that was. We got it all nicely set up, didn't we? And Alf there, he were winding that little bunny rabbit in. Folly weren't interested. He weren't going to be deceived by that.
Well, could we have it back then, Fred? The bike?
Do what you like with it. Alf.
What?
You know that bike we borrowed? Can we have it back?
They can wrap it round his head, tell him.
Thanks how very much.
What's up with him?
Nothing.
Terry's got it. He's round at shop now.
Thanks.
Right, what are we waiting for? Let's go and find Terry. I promised Mavis that bike and she's going to get it and I'm going to get my £5.
Right.
Come on. Hello.
Oh, where's the dog cat? Yes, I've just been in the corner shop. Rennie Bradshaw seems to be doing well with her petition. Very well indeed.
Yes.
72 names she's got. I don't doubt it. But of course, when it comes to petitions, it isn't the number of signatures that are impressive. It's who they are. Now, I may have a shorter list than Miss Bradshaw, I don't know. But some of my names are very influential.
Oh, well, it's nice of you to say that, Mrs. Walker. Very complimentary, in fact. Did you hear that, Stan? Mrs. Walker would like you to add your moniker to the other influential names on her petition.
But didn't we sign that one at the corner shop?
Is that true, Mrs. Ogden?
Well, yeah, but only in my maiden name, Mrs. Walker.
Is Ray in?
No, I'll be back in a bit.
Well, he did say to call back later, like, and see you, because you'd know what was gash and what wasn't, you know.
That lot might look a load of rubbish to you, you know, but it does come in, I'll tell you.
You must have something you don't want. I mean, yeah, what about this bit of rope? Now, look, that's been there 12 months that I know of.
Do you know the price of rope today? That's our hedge against inflation, is that, mate?
I'll let him have it, Len.
You won't?
Well, you know what they say. Give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves. There ought to be enough there.
Very amusing, Raymond. Thanks anyway.
Look, I tell you what, we got some joists we took out of a house in Victor Street. You can take that. That's going a bit rotten.
Listen, Len, we need them. They'll cut up, they will. I've
It's
already
in a-
told this fella he's wasting his time.
It's in a good cause, you know. It won't harm.
Listen, mate, that timber is money in the bank. If he wants a flipping playground putting up, we'll send him an estimate.
Look, I'll call back a bit later for that stuff.
Bit of timber wouldn't have done any
Listen, he's always on the cadge. I bet none of that stuff he gets ever sees no adventure playground.
I don't know, Eddie. Oh, what about an old push bike?
Great, I'll take it off your hands free of charge.
It's in yard at back at shop. You
Thanks
pick
a
up
lot,
anytime.
mate. Thanks. I knew there was one person in this firm that was human.
Hey, I want a word with you.
Oh, aye.
You know that bike I did, as we give you, Alf and Fred says you finished with it?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, right, well, we'd like it back, all right?
What do you want it back for, eh? You said we could have it.
Yeah, no, you don't want it, so we want it back. It's no use to you, is it?
Well, no.
Well, where is it then?
I've just give it Teddy Yates for his adventure playground.
I'm not saying he ain't been no trouble, but I mean, what can you expect when he's shifted from one home to another all the time? It's his governors I blame.
Yeah, well, it's very good of you anyway, but he seems to have taken to you anyway.
Look, animals will always go to them as feeds them. That stands to reason.
Yeah. Well, the thing is this, Albert, I was wondering if you could keep him just a bit longer. You see, I promised to take Annie Walker out driving, you know, just for a bit of practice. It'll only take about an hour or so, you see. And I was wondering if you could... Shall we say 50p for your trouble?
Right, so. I will take him for a walk, any road.
Oh, well, that's grand. I'm very grateful, Albert. I'll see you later.
Right. Hey, I don't know, Folly. I don't know. They say a foolish man is soon parted. I reckon your owners are a lot of barn pots.
That's Albert Tatlock.
You will pardon my intrusion, sir.
Oh, I know you.
I represent a substantial body of opinion which is vehemently opposed to the granting of an off-licence to your corner shop here. And I'd be obliged if you would put your signature to this petition.
What's it worth?
Why? Nothing. It's your public duty.
Yeah, the only duty I've got's to myself. And you'll find that out when you get to my age. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm taking my dog for a walk.
Well, then, perhaps you, sir?
Oh, no.
You would care to sign?
I don't think so, no. You see, I've got a foot in either camp, and I'm a local councillor, you see.
There are some issues on which one has to stand up and be counted.
Well, not this one.
There you are. Mr. Tatlock told me you'd be here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realise you had company.
Might I invite you to sign our petition, madam, against the establishment of the proposed off-licence?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'd be delighted. Oh, I entirely agree. An off-licence in our street would be total disaster. Now, might I ask what your interest in the matter is, Mr.
Jenkins, Walter Jenkins. I've had a lifelong interest, madam, in the fight against alcohol and all those who sell it. Thank you for your signature.
Who was that?
He's one of these anti-drinking nuts.
Well, you might have told me.
Hey, Eddie! Eddie!
What?
Is it all right if I have this plank to make a board? Yeah, I only need some wheels then.
Yeah, go on. Look out!
Grab hold of that.
Coming on all right, isn't it?
Fire, it's smashing. Where did it all come from?
Oh, here and there, you know. Hey, it's all legit, if that's what you're wondering about.
Well, I suppose now you'll be on to phase 2.
Phase 2, how do you mean?
Yeah, fixing all this, building something, you know.
Well, we've got a bit of a problem there. We need some hammers and nails and that, and spades to dig holes, you know, and concrete for the uprights, like.
In a word, investment, am I right? Yeah, well, I'll have a word with the centre committee, but I can't promise anything.
There is one problem, Ken. I don't want the kids to expect too much, you know. I mean, I've told them it'll only be rough and ready. Like.
Don't worry, Eddie, they won't be disappointed.
It's funny I seem to have taken a right interest in food all of a sudden.
You don't want to be getting fat. It's bad for the baby, is that?
I won't get fat, no danger. I worry too much. It's a big responsibility, you know, imminent motherhood.
Well, at least you realise the fact, love. Which is more than can be said for most of them trolling around in maternity smocks.
Do you know, it's funny, I spend half the time wondering if I'm going to manage all right, and the other half wondering if it's ever going to happen.
It'll happen.
It's a better. See ya.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, fine, apart from a few doubts in the wee small hours.
I know the feeling.
I doubt it. See ya.
Your tea cakes, love?
Isn't she lucky, Deirdre?
You think so, do you?
Don't you? I mean, having a first baby and so young, too.
Well, if you feel like that, you know what the answer is, don't you? What? Get yourself a chat.
Chance would be a fine thing.
There you are. He's offering.
No, I've already set my cap at him, but I got it back.
Oh, he's one of them, is he? All talk.
Afraid so.
Bye. Actually, the truth is, you jilted me.
Sell me another.
All right, I want 8 bottles of pop, assorted.
Drowning your sorrows, are you?
I will be later. It's for the kids across the way.
Okay.
Rinny, that is vinegar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know, I'm so bothered, though, about this off-licence. I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
Difficult, is it?
I've had one of these temperance fellas round. You know, all hellfire and hallelujah. And he says he'll be objecting in court.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that drink is responsible for all sorts of rape and murder. I don't know what he's going to say. But honestly, I'm so nervous. I've never been in court before.
Would it help if I came along and gave you a character witness or something?
Oh, Ken, would you? That would be ever so kind of you. And you know, any time you want anything on tick, you only have to ask.
Watch it. That's bribing a witness, you know.
that lot?
Well.
Hello, Fred. Come to Terry. Come on, come to Terry.
He doesn't know you, does he?
No.
No, well, he'll do out for me.
Will he?
Yeah. Here, just hold him.
Eh?
Go on, just hold him.
Oh.
I'll show him now. Come on then. Come to old Albert. Come on.
Come on, son, come on.
You can catch up on events from the street on Sunday afternoon at 5:15 in the Coronation Street Omnibus. Next on Granada Plus, the latest food, fashion and fads from the High Street in the Good Life Guide.